Mic check, mic check. Hopefully you guys can hear. I can't actually hear anything anyway, so really no point having this on my head as long as you guys can hear me here. Okay, we're live. Let's get it going. Okay, end stream, live chat, nope. Share, that's how we do it, right? Copied link. So I can put it on the pinned post. That should work. Yeah, okay. Do I make let's see, okay. Any way to get the group? anybody who may be here already, we are still setting up and getting everything straightened out, so that way everything moves nice and smoothly. That's the easy way. If anyone's actually watching and the audio or anything needs a little adjusting, just let me know in the chat section. I do believe if you're on mobile, the chat section's probably not available. We've been having issues with that, but desktop, it has been working pretty good. So we'll go from there. And we will be right back once again. almost set up, almost ready. Getting excited, anticipation building. Got all of our paperwork, our topics, everything else under the moon that you can think of to talk about. And of course, commentating, because that's the main thing we're here to do. We'll try and get a total deck breakdown as soon as possible, but good things take time. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I feel like it's going to be a lot of Drytron, Eldritch, and Virtual Worlds because it's a competitive tournament, and that's kind of where we go. Going to be watching today. Let's go ahead. Computer 2, let's go get signed into everything. Now go on public, so we'll have to share that for you guys as well. Doing book, got that up. Okay, done. We're almost ready to get this thing underway. For those who are curious what we're doing, we have 2 computers set up, and by those I mean the one other person. It's probably you, Luke. Just getting the other computer set up so I can leave the streaming computer right on the Dueling Book page and not have to ever change it, and do all my looking around and everything from the other one. Yes, finally a face to the voice. Other than the video that went up this morning, the last time we actually were on camera was the very first video on the channel. But I figured streaming it's something that we should actually probably have us up for, as we just goof around and get everything set up. T minus 10 minutes till pairing should be up, and then we can find ourselves a game and go commentate, work on a deck breakdown, and talk about all these other fun things. That's awesome to hear. We're actually not playing today. We're strictly commentating, so still gonna be fun though. Hang out with everyone, talk. A lot less stress. Get more used to being on camera while we don't have to also constantly think about our plays and try not to misplay, talk, entertain, and do everything all at one time. And if it looks like I keep looking to the side, it's because I am. I actually got a couple computers set up here so I can leave you guys on stream here and not have to keep switching between tabs, and then use the other computer to bounce around and do all my dirty work. Nope, not playing today. We thought about it, but instead we just cleared our schedule, got this all set up, and trying this instead. Maybe in the next one we'll possibly play, but go from there. See how, depends what weekend it ends up being. Gotta let someone else have a chance though, because Cyber Dragon's just too OP. We don't want to crush everybody. Glad that you like the ideas. We're actually working on a couple really spicy things too right now. Machine dupes, it's one of those formats where I do kind of like it because when Droll's in the format, it can definitely mess with your plays. So dupe helps play around and through that. And there doesn't seem to be as many hand traps, but dupe really can help you play through them. So that's nice. Super poly, I mean, I guess I haven't really looked into if there's a good target for like Virtual World or Drytron, but at the moment I'm not too big on it. I do like the Dragoon package because it gives us not just a going first option, but it also helps OTK and go second really well. Currently playing the Dragoon package with one Overload Fusion because once in a while you do want to make that Rampage push. Hi, how is it going, Sean? If I don't respond here for a second, it's because we're just about to start, and I'm going to try and get the challenge link so we can make this move smoother. so we're just going to go ahead and pick. Well, it didn't really narrow down much so far. Let's see, where were we? Oh, that's because we're on home match type. Wrong button there. So let's go ahead and we're going to call this our feature match for round 1, I guess. We're going to try and get it a little more organized moving forward. But I know these are 2 participants and there's not really a table 1 yet. Everybody is on an equal playing field. They did not get the memo. Let's see if we can. Public, private. We'll cover up their chat in case they decide to say anything that we maybe don't want on there. Ooh, ABC. Reactivation, so he's going to get a nice little equip there. Going for the driver more than likely. Now go for B or C. If he has another one in hand, probably B. Probably see a Union Carrier, then Photon Orbital, and he's going to end with like ABC and his Infinity. After using his effects engrave, that is. I'd say really like ABC and kind of hope that he does well because it's not one of the big 3 decks, and yeah, we like that. Ooh, Ash. No Galaxy Soldier for him. Pod Prosperity. Card's insane. That Ash might really have hurt, though. So what deck does everyone think is going to win? My money's on probably one of the big 3, but we're definitely hoping for someone to surprise. The first DCS, a DDD player, actually took top 4, so that was pretty cool to see. Interesting list. He did really well. He's actually playing in this tournament again. We'll see if he's playing the same deck or not. I know for a fact at least 2 of those who got top 4 last time are playing. One is not. Rodrigo, we actually sponsored him the first time around, had to work, so he wasn't able to play this time around. But he made first after Swiss with Dinosaurs last time, and made top 4. Ooh, effect veiler mained. Interesting. And virtual world. Here we got our first of them. Good chance we'll see one of them in just about every one of these feature matches. So unless he's got some good hand traps, I don't think ABC is going to be able to do a whole lot here, unfortunately. Yeah, Cyber Dragon definitely hopeful win. Yeah, that's kind of my thought too. Virtual World's just so crazy in their toolbox because they're not just like a VFD turbo. They're actually, they can do it a lot, like using Dragon popping cards. Number, or not number, but a Gossip Shadow. Yeah, number 75. For a negate to stop or prevent Nibiru even. Just real big toolbox. Shen's a crazy card on its own. Chuchi popping cards. We're not going to sit here either and just like completely tell you every single card they're activating, because I mean, you guys are watching it too for the most part. You know, we'll kind of mention things, talk about the decks and what they do, but I feel like it's a little redundant and boring if I just say, oh, he activates Gigi, targeting Lulu, and because I mean, you guys are watching too, like I said. So there we have the, I'm not even going to try to say the new virtual world trap we can talk about. It's really nice for a follow-up because they can banish it to summon a virtual world card from the graveyard. Its effects are negated, but that's not a huge issue. And then even sending the card from their hand to the graveyard can be really important because they can send like the King Long or the Chuchi or the Nyan Yan and actually plus off of it. Ali is not competing today. I don't know how much he does on Dueling Book. That MBT tournament was on EDO Pro, which I would have wish I would have known about. 'Cause that's easier for me to play big tournaments on because having kids, it's hard to set the time aside to do this. But luckily, they went to Grandma's house for the weekend. Vermilion Max, another one of those toolbox cards. I've seen people talk about playing Prosperity in Virtual World. I don't know how I feel about that because I feel like you're going to do the banish 3 and you only want to see it one time. But I've seen crazier things happen, so who knows. And Virtual World's actually pretty crazy that they can OTK because they play the Utopia Beyond and just make your cards have nothing. Ooh, he does have Nibiru though. He's at 2 level 3s. He could have went for Gossip Shadow too. So 1,000, 247, 57, 63 with 4,000 defense. Yeah, kids are awesome, but they obviously come before Yu-Gi-Oh does. But we make time. That's why a lot of our videos streaming recording is always late at night, because it's after they go to bed. The new Virtual World 2/2, so control no monsters or all are Psychic Worm. See, the deck just like keeps pushing and doing everything. This is one of the other new cards that just came out in Blazing Vortex. So you can summon it from grave as a tuner as well, so that's crazy, you know. Another tuner, that's what they needed. So he's going to have VFD with a live Chuchi. Never understood why people keep putting it up here. I get like they don't use links or need the link zones, and Cyber Dragon's not super popular, but especially when, you know, that's the thing there, because I've used Infinity to Mega Fleet someone before. Just a thing, I guess. Interesting enough. I don't know. I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot ABC can do without monster effects. With their new plays, they actually use Ultimayat Soulkeen and Muddy Mud Dragon to fuse for Dragoon that way. Just gonna try and survive the turn, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much unless he's got like another Nibiru. he's just going to kind of pop off with all of his virtual world effects and everything else now. We'll use the VFD. So he's probably going for the win here if he used VFD to stop his opponent on this turn. Like I said, the deck's just not VFD turbo. The toolbox is so big, they can OTK, they can put out a bunch of cards and pop like your entire field and really just do whatever they want. Yeah, kind of a screw the rules situation. Because Mud Dragon replacing one of the materials, and then Ultimate Soul Keen, which means they also get Crystal Wing out with it. And I forgot, like, if they make anything else. I think there's another negate too they do. But yeah, it's like Crystal Wing, Boral Savage, Dragoon, stuff like that. They can also hand loop, so I think Cyber Dragon VFD would be viable. Cyber Dragon VFD, I can't think, is it heavy forward to search out the Anchor Drill? I would still play your River Stormer as an extra deck way to search it, because then you don't need to open them as much. But if possible, I mean, you definitely can. Core Dupe Extender's not too likely to happen, especially without a hand trap. But if you play like 3 Anchor Drill, 3 heavy forward, and keep the extra deck search engine in there, you can do it. Yeah, not a very good situation. I think ABC is gonna take the L on this one. I guess Effect Veiler came up, but didn't he use VFD already this turn? Okay, yeah, he did. Yes, VFD is all cards in your possession. So hand, grave, field, cannot use their effects. Blind calling it, a lot of time dark is a good option, but this format light's actually, you hit Drytron in hand then too. And graveyard, since they don't really activate on the field. Yeah, not too surprising there. We get the surrender. Working on compiling that total deck breakdown as we finished watching a slightly uneventful end to that match. Started out real promising until that Ash dropped on the Photon Orbital. That definitely would have been interesting to see how it would have played out had he made the Infinity and ABC. I'm yet to find a Drytron actually, though. I'm sure, I'm not even a third of the way through the 41 participants, but no Drytron yet. Oddly enough, Sky Striker's got a couple. Virtual World leading the way, Eldritch variants right there with it. I do live in that area, so that's actually really cool and interesting. I've lived here for my entire life, though, not just 2 weeks, so. So, game 2, ABC Virtual World. Virtual World got game 1. Not too surprising. Unfortunately, ABC can die to a hand trap or just bricking in general. That's interesting. ABC can actually play around Summon Breaker pretty good. It'll be, can he put out a get out a card to pop it before his third summon, and I'm not sure that he can. Probably thinking, can I play around this? Can I do it? The one thing too with like these live events, time actually does come into play too. So like even if you're in a, depending like the situation you're in, you might not want to just surrender or forfeit. Like if you can push it to time and get a tie instead of a loss or something like that, things to consider. I mean, slow playing's real. People do it. Unfortunately. There's been times, I'm not gonna lie, at locals I've almost tried to, but I don't know how people can slow play. Like I know my deck and I just feel like I'm not doing anything, and I struggle to do it because I don't know, it's not fun. And um like yeah, it's just too hard to actually slow play. Oh, that's a far move. Ooh, and goes in match. That's a really good card versus Virtual World. Drytron, even, depending when you drop it on them. What's going on, Nathan? So Jacob Nathan actually also lives up here in the northern area that we actually just got hammered with snow. So it's kind of chilly out now, too. We have like below 0 temperatures all week. The joys of living up here. Sending the new trap to the grave to help set up a follow-up turn. B. Not sure if he's going to like that or not, because ideally when B goes to the grave you get your search, and obviously that's not going to happen here. It'll depend what that other set card is and what his hand and draw for turn are. I've driven to Kansas straight through the one time for my sister's wedding. It was almost 12 hours on the dot. Didn't stop for sleep or nothing. Stopped for the bathroom and food, but that was about it. And that was a long drive, boring. Lots of fields. Well, that's good. I know they don't get too much snow down in Louisiana, if any. I mean, I think I've seen that they get like dustings here and there, but I think worst snowstorm I remember is like 3 or 4 years ago when we got like 2 feet in a day and a half. It was crazy. And then we have it like this year where before the other day we had like 6 inches of snow all year so far, and now we're up to like 10 only still. But yeah, a couple years ago it was crazy, like the temperatures. There's like a 2 week period where we had almost like 100-degree temperature difference with the wind chill. Like it was like -60, and then 2 weeks later it was like 40 above. It was Wisconsin. So I do feel like the Summon Breaker is actually the card that's gonna slow ABC down a little bit more than anything. The Goza Match is a really good side card, keeping in mind you can set, like in this instance, you can set a bunch of cards under Goza Match. Since they're face down, they don't have the attributes. But yeah, if you can play under Summon Breaker, think like a Grand Maju type deck, this card could be really, really good. Brock, if you're watching yet or not, wait a week. Yeah, that's about it, Wisconsin. You don't like the weather, wait a week and it'll be different. Couldn't be more true than this week, because what are we supposed to be at, like 0 through Wednesday and then back up into like the 20s and 30s. So we're going to try Union Carrier again. That's one summon. He's got 2 summons left. At least he can just equip a bunch of his stuff. I mean, I guess his Galaxy Soldiers are going to be what ends him. Oh, so yeah, even southern, like you're not even towards the top of Louisiana. Not that they get much snow there either. Lead to the graveyard. When in doubt, simplify the game state. Summon Breaker goes a match. Even if he gets rid of one of them, he's still in a awkward position. Ooh, now tables are turned. Ash on the virtual world instead of the ABC player. Still pulling for ABC to come through with the win here. We're going to go ahead and actually just get rid of your chat. Hopefully they don't say nothing too inappropriate, but our monetization's off anyway, so we should not get in trouble for anything like that. Now you can at least see the life points that are there. If you ever want to play and have fun, on Wednesdays we run an online local. We do it on EDO Pro because it helps keep the game moving along a little bit faster and smoother. So come check it out, Nerd Night Gaming on Facebook. Since Nathan's here now, if anyone wants, on March 9th we're having our TSP Championship. It's going to be a pretty fun tournament, kind of like the one you're watching right now, but you get 3 days to play your games as opposed to needing to play them right away like this where it's a 1-day thing. I just wanted it that way so more people could participate. $5 entry fee, bunch of really cool prizes. Not this one specifically, but 3D printed field center like this, commemorative, top 4. I think there'll be Cyber Dragon, a couple other designs. I'll have pictures too, but pictures just don't do it justice. Hopefully seeing it here does. Like, it's awesome. This is our special one from Nathan Determinator to yeah, but they'll say you know, TSP's first annual championship, top 4, and the top 4 get them. And there's the field breaker messing with. Oh, it doesn't, because it's main phase 1. That's actually really smart. Yugihoh, I didn't read the card. Who would have thought? Oh, hey, Brock's here. And mobile chat's working. Even better. So summon breaker, best way to get around that is main phase 2. Where we live, there's not a whole lot. Me and Brock would actually drive down to Green Bay and play periodically, like every other weekend or so. We'd try to. There is a PK Infernoble deck in this tournament, so that'll be interesting to watch them. As much as I don't like Infernobles, Smoke Grenade is gone, so I actually don't mind the deck too much. Ooh, Called by the Graves, the other set card. I wonder how much will change now that ABC knows he can do a 2 summons main phase, go to battle phase, and then pop off in main phase 2. If he gets another chance at least. So we should be actually getting semi-close to the end of this first round as well. I don't remember if they were 40 or 50 minute. I'm assuming 50-minute rounds, so we're at the 32-minute mark. We got Eldritch and Zephyra as some other decks that are checking into the tournament. Once we get everyone marked where they're supposed to be. That's going to start to hurt now that he's got the Chuchi. And he's got 2 more, so he's going to be able to pop, well, whatever he wants after. Love me some combo decks. Well, yeah, what are some other decks you want to see? Oh yeah, I guess Brock can handle that there too. I know Prank Kids is one we planned on doing. Maybe we'll tackle the Tri-Brigade Lyrilusk that popped up at the LCS. Yeah, once Go as a match fell, it kind of was almost the beginning of the end, especially with Chuchi face up. 'Cause now if he wants to pop the breaker, he can pop the breaker. Starting to get a lot more viewers. Rounds must be finishing up. Ooh. I forgot what they changed the Spriggans to like spring Gans or something like that. I hate Altergeist. I actually do think Carrier should be unaffected here, because ASL core, it's unaffected by your opponent's monster effects, so calamities should not be able to affect it. Calamities affecting is a monster effect. It doesn't just shut down a mechanic. That's not how that works. While we wait on a judge call, we're going to continue plugging away at these other games. Lots of them are finishing up and we cannot find them, so we'll keep working on our list next round. I don't like Subterror either. I'd personally rather play against Subterror than Altergeist though. Yeah, I hate Konami's name changes 99% of the time. Sky Striker is way better than Brandish Maiden though. Changed my mind. Ooh, I got excited, Brock. I saw a Karibo token and thought someone was playing Karibo for you. We do have a Prank Kid in the tournament though, so we're going to pull for them because I like the deck. And Nathan, someone's playing their Machina. Looks like your train deck. I'm not sure if we're gonna. We might, if you check out Hakuna My Data, and I think Yassine kind of did too, and um, there's already kind of a couple guys who talked about it with Cyber Dragon, so maybe we will if there's enough interest. But a lot of time, we're friends with all those guys, so we try to not necessarily double up all the same content as everyone. Ooh, our first Drytron. Rank 1 spam. Yeah, you just make a little Tweety bird that can't be destroyed by battle, take no damage, and then just make like Zeus Turbo out of it. And our first Zodiac Eldritch. So still waiting on a judge call here. I'm actually not playing Tim. We're just going to be streaming featured match, if you will, each round, talking about it. Once in a while showing you guys things like this that you can get by joining the TSP Championship. There's an event page. There's links in all of our videos. We're going to be giving this away among other things and prizes. So we're still waiting on this. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I would definitely take it as Calamities is activating its effect that applies to all your opponent's monsters. It changes them, but if a monster's unaffected by monster effects, it's not going to be affected by Calamities. Saying it just shuts down a mechanic is not true. On the bright side, though, if they're pushing and running out of time like this, the virtual world already won game 1, and he's winning on life points, so he would still get the 2-0 win if they hit time. Definitely kind of unfortunate that this is where this featured match is going. After this round, we'll be able to see the standings and pick people who are towards the top tables and watch those games. This one, we just kind of picked one random person whose name I recognized and went to that match and go ahead. Go ahead. No, that was kind of the card I was thinking too, was Ultimate Falcon. I don't think would be affected. Ooh, what's going on? So, well, speaking of him, and if he was playing, he's not, but he's here on stream now. Alex, thanks for stopping in. for anyone who just kind of popped in here, we spent the last quite a bit of a while. Union Carrier equipped with A, so it's unaffected by monster effects. Calamities activates, and saying that Carrier is affected by calamities because it just shuts down a mechanic, but I don't think that's how that works, and now I'm not sure what he's trying to do, because that's not a monster effect at all. That is a spell effect. So 6-minute extension, so we have 10 minutes remaining. Game 2 still, Virtual World ABC, Virtual World 1, Game 1. I would like Calamities banned, but if it doesn't, I mean, I guess whatever, but the last few lists were good in my opinion. Can we talk about how amazing Yu-Gi-Oh! Product was in 2020 and how Blazing Vortex was so bad? We got the pot card, and that's about it. VFD ban bent into 1 or 2. Yeah, that's kind of how I was going with that. With Carrier, he would be able to equip and to do that, but not like you said, any other cards he summons for the turn would become light monsters and not be able to attack or use their effects. But Union Carrier itself would be unaffected. And it's a continuous effect, so as soon as he actually summons the A Assault Core, I don't believe it would be protected anymore, and it would then become a light and not be able to attack. Ooh, draw and lock, and we already saw he has Ogre in hand. So far, no Cyber Dragons yet on our list. We got 18 of the 41 pegged out of the round 1 so far. Most of the other matches finished already, so we'll add to that as we go. Virtual World and Eldritch variants each had 4 decks being represented. Sky Striker has 2. Prank Kids, Drytron, Dogmatica, Shadal. Dogmatica Shadal like is one deck. PK Infernoble, Zephyra, ABC, Dragon Link, and 1 Train deck so far. Yeah, we are just waiting on 2 more matches to finish for the round, and then we will be done. I believe he still had just the Ogre in hand, which I mean he could use on the Chuchi, but not a good situation. Pretty sure Virtual World's going to take this one 2-0. Now he's going to make a Cloud Castle, bring the Shen Shen back, and make another Calamities. going back. I'm not sure if they're using Discord or voice chat, but they definitely should be. Either way, here we got 6 minutes left, and yeah, Shen being able to summon itself. I do believe he's supposed to banish from graveyard though, so just saying. Unless he summoned it off Lao Lao maybe. By targeting the Chuchi, summon it, bring the Shen back. No trick stars. No trick stars. So still making a VFD. We do actually have 4 people who are dropped. I know a couple of them thought that this wasn't a one-day event. So that may have been some of the confusion. So there's actually 37 total participants. And we'll work on getting those other 19 lists for you guys shortly. And there is our game. It is over and done finally. Round 2 should be starting shortly, and we'll know right when they do, and we'll pick another match, jump on into it, go from there. Yeah, so far no Cyber Dragons. I do agree though, like yourself, obviously you just got top 8 in MBT's tournament. You know, Yassine, Alex, James Jung does really well in his really competitive locals with like Ryan Yu and those guys. With the right pilot, Cyber Dragon can absolutely do well in an event, but like you said, the community's not necessarily behind it, and unfortunately a lot of the community is on the very casual side, which there's nothing wrong with, but at the end of the day, if they're not willing to play more competitive versions, well, they're gonna get left behind. We're gonna try signing out quick and re-signing back in though, because it's not letting me filter my unranked people when I try to search them, and it's just making it a little bit harder. If we can remember our password. Okay, cool. Now it's working. Before it was only filtering the advanced rated section, but our games that we're watching are in the unrated, so it wasn't working out well. Yeah, I like the Kaiju personally, but playing it at 1 or none kind of depends on the format. And Drytron, are they making the Vanities ruler all the time? Things like that. round 2 is up. Let's go ahead find. Let's see. Okay. Give them a little bit to find their rooms and join respectively, but keep on moving. Zeus is actually a pretty good card. Cyber Dragon, I don't summon it too often, but if you do summon it a bunch and you need a copy, the TSP Championship's got one up for grabs. Just saying. We're going to show a bunch of stuff like that randomly today. We're still not underway yet, but we will be soon. Otherwise, we can always pick a different room potentially. Got one of 2 games that we plan on watching this round, whoever kind of jumps in first. If someone will get these rooms up. A couple of them are started, so shouldn't be long. There we go. We'll jump into that one. I'm actually pretty excited for this match. Both of these guys are very, very good players. Hey, look. Virtual World. Who would have guessed? So again, if there's anyone new, we're not going to just sit here and completely mention every time he activates a card, like, oh, he sent the new trap to the graveyard. He banished King Long. Like, you guys can see that too. So the chat's there. You can see it a little bit, but I think they are using Discord. Thinking on the send. So Ash or Meister potentially here. And there's a Skullmeister. I like Meister over Bell. Bell hits Nadir Servant and the Eldritch Sanguine. But Meister hits anything that banishes for cost, like Miscellaneosaurus, King Long, Chuchi. Ooh, Virtual Mirror Match. GG, GG, GG. Lots of GGs on the field. Most popular deck, I guess, yeah. Definitely. So far up to almost 17% representation already, and we still have a lot of decks to go figure out. Now we're going to get the face-up gate with the Chuchi for the pop. Ooh, 12 viewers. So hi everyone, thanks for coming and watching. If you watched last round, Virtual World took down ABC 2-0. If I look like I'm looking down, it's because I'm working on getting a total deck breakdown as we go here. We're not going to say every single thing that happens because you guys are watching as well as we are, but we'll kind of talk as we go on things that they can do. These matchups are a little less redundant because it's all just, well, Virtual World combo. You know, are they going to, I mean, in a mirror match, I assume you want to go for VFD. Obviously, like, if you're versing Eldritch with Virtual World, you're going to make things like heavier Chuchi pop, go for, like, Vermilion Mech, the Crocodragon, things like that. Even, you know, Shen being the macro. Their toolbox is just like crazy big. Good, but you can out it pretty easy. It's just how you approach. Yeah, that's definitely true. Like Dragoon, Calamities, they definitely have outs. Calamities is a little bit harder because of Chuchi being able to pop it, at least in Virtual World. I do think Colossus can come back to 1. There's way more toxic things going on in the format than having a Colossus. Nibiru, okay. That's going to be a big token. $91.16. Oh, it's not 16. 10,600. Attack goes for 83. Okay, that's what there's. So 8,300 and 10.6. That's a big token. The Trap Engrave, though, you can banish and get the free summon that way, and then pop off with what's in his hand. If he can get a Chuchi face up, he'd also have 2 banish cards and pop the token. So Virtual World, one of the decks that don't really care how big the token is that they give their opponent usually. I miss when Gold Sark was at 3, Summon Sorceress was around, and we had multiple Colossuses. Going to locals and making double Colossus Infinity during like peak Sky Striker format. The one game it was all cyber stuff that I was doing, and then game 2 I dropped double Colossus against Sky Striker, and just hearing someone in the background be like, "Weren't you just playing a different deck?" is still one to this day one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memories. I'm gonna die sitting in this chair all day. Ooh, Ghost Bell. Because it has the option, I believe. That's why you can Ghost Spell it. Or not, yeah, during the end phase, GG, add back to hand. So, Bell's strong. Ooh, Bell and Ash. Who has a Thunders? I had Thunder Cyber Dragon. How's it going, Ram? Yeah, lots of hand traps this game. Virtual World Mirror Match. Cyber Thunder was really fun deck. Even going to the Wisconsin Regional like 2 years ago now with Cyber Crusadia Thunder Dragon deck was insane, but unfortunately I fell apart and had some bad matchups towards the end. We started out 4-0 though. The synergy, there isn't any, but they didn't really conflict with each other. With the Crusadia, it was nice because like you could summon it, make all like do your normal summon, like core with your extender, search the other one, go for All Mirage, and then special your Crusadia, and then All Mirage effect just to remove itself, go into your Magias, and then keep continuing and popping off that way. Saryuja a couple times, and you get to your Thunder engine and just making like Colossus, Savage, Infinity really, really easily. But the original Cyber Thunder version, when it was just Cyber Thunder, was because Cyber Dragon made summon sources so incredibly easy, and like Gold Sark at 3, the access to the Thunder engine was really consistent. So you can make like Infinity summon sources really, really easy, and then summon a Thunder monster and get your Colossus, and then summon sort get a second Colossus for essentially free. How's it going, Ismail? So you were busy and couldn't play today? I think I saw you comment that the other day. Crimped cards legal. I think it depends if they're distinguishable or not. I could see an opponent complaining about it and getting a game lost because of it. Almost like, warped cards. Yeah, Summon Sork. Unfortunate that they banned her so fast, but they let all these other things just stick around for so long. Ooh, big Zeus here now. That's going to be tough to out. The other match that we were considering doing for our feature match actually would have been Adamantipator versus Invoked Mech, so that would have been a good one too. Probably a little more entertaining than a Virtual World mirror match, because we're probably going to see Virtual World all day long. Downside to misclicks and having to redo your things, but okay. So 1-1 here in our Virtual World mirror match. Yeah, I couldn't join this. if you were able to play, do you still play Infernoids at all, or have you kind of moved on from that, despite the format actually being pretty graveyard reliant? One second, we're gonna. While they're siding, we're going to pull something up quick over here. Hopefully there's nothing too dumb on Facebook right now. So game 3, Virtual World Mirror Match. If anyone's wondering how to join these or where to play in them, go enjoy this. Yeah, 7-8 invite is, I mean, that's a lot. So why play something, or why change something that ain't broken? Here's the group. If anyone wants to go check out Dragon Rider Games, they not only run these awesome one-day tournaments, they have all kinds of other prize tournaments that you guys can join, whether it's for cash, whether it's for cards, whether it is on Dueling Book, Dueling Nexus, or on EDO Pro. They try to cater towards everybody. I've played there before. I've actually won one tournament and got my card really, really quickly. So I do definitely trust them as a shipper. It was shipped really well, fast, quick. Like we said, despite COVID even, it arrived really quickly. Why'd that comment hurt? Do you know someone? I see, especially after sighting, people like talk about Drone Lockbird when I mention maining it, and they say, well, it's really good versus Drytron, but not other decks. But like Virtual World has Lulu, King Long, Desires, so like it actually does do a decent bit. And even some of their extra deck toolbox can like draw a card when they're summoned. It also, you know, Gossip Shadow draws cards, so Drone Lockbird actually does do quite a bit versus Virtual Worlds. Yeah, he's from either northern Illinois or southern Wisconsin down towards the Milwaukee area, which I mean is part of why I probably got it quicker, being in the same region, but nonetheless, it was shipped very well. This match is actually, we're only like not even 20 minutes in game 3 already, so kind of nice that it's moving along nice and quickly, smoothly. No ruling issues whatsoever this time around. Actually, if I think about here in a second, I'll try and pull something up and get a confirmation on that thing last round, and just for, I guess, everyone's knowledge now, we're past it and it doesn't matter, but good to know for future reference if you're an ABC player. And for those who didn't see. It was just a calamities activating with a Union carrier equipped with an A. Luckily, it was like respectable and like didn't get out of hand or nothing. It was just out of curiosity, people asking. But I don't believe Union carrier would be affected by the calamities, since it is an activated monster effect, and A makes it unaffected. But so Gossip Shadow, Chuchi, VFD. I mean, just VFD alone is gonna stop the majority of the plays, and then they still have the negate if they need to. Nothing. Okay, King Long. Definitely not a great position for the one without the board established already, because a pop, negate, and no monster effects is going to be tough to overcome. We're going to go ahead and drop our pen. I think we can. Yeah, kind of. Unless he's got some really good hand traps. I mean, why even commit and do too much here? Search out a follow-up for potentially once the VFD's gone, but that's about it. Yes, we still play Cyber Dragon as much as possible. Whether it's like Pure or the Dogmatica variant that kind of came up recently where we dropped Galaxy Soldier. But I like sticking with it just because I know it better and don't have to learn as much. Easier to learn the other decks of the format and how to counter them. Plus, I like it and have all my cards already, so that. But so what decks does everyone think still going to win? I know Virtual World Drytron is kind of the answer, but seeing Virtual World everywhere, it's kind of starting to look like that is probably emerging as the favorite. I know there's quite a bit of Eldritch too, but bright side to a Virtual World being a bunch of different attributes is VFD can only call one of them, so in hand and graveyard you can still activate the other ones. I believe there's 37 total players, because there was some in the beginning who thought it was going to be a multiple day event. Otherwise 41 was the original count. If Luke's watching, I'm sure he can confirm it, but I think it was 37 after the initial thing in the first round. And there we see the Gossip Shadow negate, so then they'll each draw and gain a card. Lancia, ouch. Oh, okay, chaining to the Lancia. Might as well, right? Like, you're not going to be able to use it otherwise. Yeah, I mean, that's a good turnout for something like this, so. Good competition, too. Not even necessarily that the size that it's small, it's a lot of really competitive players, so. VFD versus VFD. Both one card in hand. One has the extra monster and a Chuchi, but it is not live. Not yet, at least. So he called Wind. Obviously, that one you would normally add would be Lulu, but you can't activate it in this instance, so we'll see where he goes with it. Funny we mentioned how this match is going so quickly, and then it just kind of slowed right down. Couldn't make it to Wisconsin. Case turning Kenosha. I haven't gone to a in real life event since last like February. Kind of sucks, and it'd be cool to go again, but so much other things going on that it's been pretty low on the priority list. This actually is like, I haven't played in a virtual world mirror match. Never have I even played virtual world, but it does almost kind of remind me of like Sky Striker to a degree, but not quite that skillful. It does seem, because like I've seen people say first one to make VFD wins, but we're seeing right now that that might not be the what actually happens. I'm just commentating the tournament today. Yeah, we did cover Drytron and Virtual Worlds. Probably in another few weeks we'll do updated ones, because I mean, people's strategies and what they do to adapt to the format kind of changes, so you kind of need to change up. But the majority of like the standard play lines that they have is still the same. So. We'll see how much of Virtual World like starts to experiment with the making like the Soul Keen to make and Mud Dragon to make the Dragoon, and those lines of play. I think they need a new card that comes out in the next set, maybe, or maybe it was Blazing Vortex. I'm not entirely sure. I know they were waiting on another card to make the other lines of play. Dragon Link was a deck I was gonna have as like a tier 3 because I didn't think the representation was gonna be there, but I put him at tier 2 after the LCS. I like it as a deck personally, and I was playing it before the last ban list. And now that Smoke Grenade is gone, I like it a lot more because I just really didn't like the hand rip and the Buster Lock, but I think it's still a really strong deck and can do a lot of things, but it's a little more fair now, and you can actually play against it a little better. Hopefully next round, as we figure out decks, we'll try to get away from Virtual World for a round or two to bring you guys something a little more refreshing. So no more VFDs. We'll see if he can go off and really secure the match, because Chuchi's turned off. Gossip Shadow doesn't have any materials. Really not much for disruption. Wonder if we'll see a Utopia Beyond play. Make everything 0. Unless it's just attack, in which case everything being in defense is gonna definitely help and save him. Yeah, that's why when people are panicking about it, like the Buster Lock was great and all, but like what the deck actually does, I mean, Link Cross was a hit, but like the deck won the UDS before Link Cross was even out, so. Ooh, Desires, see if we can get some cards to gain that advantage. Unfortunately, the VFD is going to stop the majority of the impactful plays. We have the Constellar out. So I'm going to assume, without looking it up, that Beyond just negates, or doesn't negate, but turns the attacks to 0 and not the defenses. But he's setting himself up for a Zeus play next turn. Lunalight. No, but if Lunalight got a Tiger, they would be pretty darn good. Meister, Droll, and Ash. I like Lancia side decked for sure. Really hits Virtual World hard, hits Dinosaur. You could have the Ally of Justice Cycle Reader, hits Drytron and Eldritch both pretty hard. Nibiru hits a handful of things, but I understand not playing it. I'm kind of glad we got the Virtual World Mirror match, though, because as kind of uneventful as the first couple games were, this one has been, I don't know if I'd say fun to watch, but I guess it depends on what you consider fun. Like a chess match almost. I do enjoy kind of watching it here and there. So sorry if we're not talking as much as we possibly could, but We don't always need like a ton to happen. Sometimes just watching players try and outthink each other and make smart moves to set up for the win as opposed to trying to push for the turn and then losing because of it. No problem. Yeah, Cycle Reader's really strong, and that's if you run into like a Cyber Dragon mirror match even, it's pretty good. Yeah, I believe they're using Discord. At least they're asked to, so to help keep things moving along a little quicker. But okay, so that'll be game. Desires is a double-edged sword. I actually played against Virtual World the other day, and he banished all of his Lulus. We'll see if there's any other games going on at the moment. Watch. Let's see. We watched him last time. Here's one. So we jump into Prank Kids versus Drytron. This would have been a fun one too. I'm actually undefeated against Drytron with Prank Kids. Abyss Dweller obviously really strong because they use a lot in the grave. Ooh, playing through VFD, awesome. That's like one of the best feelings of the format right now when they VFD you and you just play through it. Like even if you didn't negate it, but if you play through it. I mean, if you negate it, that's cool too, but yeah, it is confirmed they do have Discord going. That's just to keep the chats moving a lot more smoothly. Because if you're having to wait and type on Dueling Book, the 50 minutes runs out really, really quickly. So, but ooh, there's the little Tweety birds. We're gonna see a Zeus play. Interesting that he went with the Feather Duster because he could have just used Zeus to do it. I mean, I guess if it's like a Forbidden Droplet set. Jumping in mid-game, we don't exactly know what was already put out there. Oh, nice. Congrats on the win. So, never thought you'd cheer for Prank Kids. But I'm happy to see a couple Prank Kids, though. We actually have a pretty good variety on decks. I mean, lots of Virtual World, but good variety overall. Sadly, still no Cyber Dragons. Ooh, Called by the Grave. But that Zeus is still gonna hurt a lot. So now that you're here, I guess I had mentioned like chess match. Is the virtual world mirror match like similar at all to Sky Striker in regards to how much you actually have to think about your plays ahead of time, because it's not like you're pushing for game that turn like you can in a Cyber Dragon mirror match, but you want to make sure you don't lose the game by getting too greedy. Zeus is just such a strong card. But remember, guys, if you need an AA Zeus on March 9th, we are having our TSP Championship on Dueling Book. There's an event on all of our videos have links for it. I don't have one at the ready here, but go check it out. It's 3 days per round, just to help make it easier for people as opposed to doing it like this, which is great because I get to spend my Saturday doing this, which is awesome. But we do have Zeus up for grabs, Ultimate Rare Dingirsu, first place, second place, along with choice of playmats, top 4 commemorative field centers, things like that. We're going to go ahead here and throw his link up one more time. Thank you to Luke and Dragon Rider Games for putting on this tournament because it's a lot of fun. Really good pricing as well. You know, your Triple Tactics talents up for grab, a couple boxes of Blazing Vortex, and again, they do run a lot of prize tournaments for cards and cash on all 3 of the major platforms. Being very patient with the Zeus. I mean, it's a smart thing to do. Like, why waste the Zeus when you don't need to? Wait for when they force your hand or when you are like actually need to drop the Zeus. Like right now, I mean, you could definitely do it. Leave him with 2 in hand. You have 3 in hand with his Zeus. Doodle not being a quick effect means he can't chain to it. Oh, he impermed it. Okay, I missed that part. That makes more sense. Thank you. So he impermed it a while ago. Interesting that imperm seeing play, I guess. Not a big fan of it. Ooh, so now we might see access code talker. Place and Pandemonium. So Place will get him back one of the kids. Fansy's on field, so he'll go for his Lampsies or Dropsies because he's got Pandemonium. So he must have the Lampsies in hand, I assume. Downside to Butler and the Link 1. The Link 1 can't banish itself on your turn, only on your opponent's turn to replace the effect. But yeah, the field spell with fusion, all monsters you control gain the 500 attack. So he's actually in a pretty decent position, because then he's going to be able to also do multiple field pops on his opponent's turn. I keep grabbing the wrong mouse because I'm running 2 computers here to make things more smooth, and well, there's two mouses, so yeah. Oh, missed something here. Not sure which game this is. Again, we did jump in mid-game. If you were watching the stream and you weren't here before, we had a virtual world mirror match as our featured for round 2. So side decking 1-1, going on to game 3. Like I said, Prank Kids actually has pretty solid matchups with the meta. I have them as one of the better tier 2 decks, actually. My worst matchup of the big 3 being Eldritch, Drytron, and Virtual World is actually Eldritch. But maybe I'll update the list a little bit, because I didn't expect Eldritch as much in our last tournament as there was. But the deck just plays really smoothly versus the top decks. And here we go, game 3. We're getting closer to time as well, so keep that in mind. Prank Kids is a great deck for running into time. Whether burning your opponent for 500, gaining 1,000 for yourself. Always love opening Nova, like for Drytron. It's especially if you get drolled, because you can at least make Tweety Bird then, you know. Ooh, DD Crow. DD Crow really strong right now too. Prank Kids, that's one of their advantages. They have 15 typically, like if you max out on your kids. Field spell, I guess depending, you can have like easily 14 to 17 1-card starters. So you can fit so many hand traps or disruption cards. Ooh, Ash on the Roxy's. Downside to Prank Kids is sometimes one Ash kills your turn. Called by the Grave. That just, ooh, ouch. You open your Cycle Reader, you're 3 up, but he opened his 1 Called by the Grave. Benton, that card needs to go to 1. Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to reach out on Facebook. This will probably take all day, so it'll probably be like late tonight or tomorrow when I can answer. But absolutely feel free. You're going to have to put those up on one of your displays, Brock, so that we can all see it when we come over for tabletop nights, if I ever come over for tabletop again. So I was curious to see what deck you were going to be playing. I didn't know if you were still sticking with like Eldritch. I know when it first came out that I believe you played that in a handful of tournaments back when I played in more tournaments, but wasn't sure if you would have switched it up or not. So little technical things in the virtual world mirror match can be your downfall, I guess. I mean, not too surprising with like two meta decks when you go at each other. Each little interaction you have can be pretty big. So Megalith build here with Hans. Thank you everyone for watching once again. 12 I think has been our peak. I didn't notice if we went higher, but that's cool. So first time really streaming. Last night we hopped on for a couple hours, played some matches against a few of the guys watching, so it was fun just to test everything, make sure it was working one last time before we started, but plan on streaming a lot more. We've been fighting with Twitch and having all kinds of issues for months, that we finally just went ahead and did it on YouTube, as you can see, because YouTube is bae. That makes sense. I'll have to check that out. I don't check my requests too often. I usually end up with quite a few in there, but I'll make sure to get back to you, Jacob, for sure, especially since you're here supporting the channel. So I like to prioritize responding to those people first who actually help. Funny how good Abyss Dweller is against both of these decks. If your deck can make rank 4s, it's definitely a very good one to go for. Yeah, soft flex in there. It's not like it used to be before I started not playing Machine Dupe. Before I dropped Machine Dupe, I had so many requests and people asking about things like that all the time, but we lost a lot of our following once we went away from Machine Dupe for the time being. But it is what it is. We always promise to bring the most competitive aspect we could, period. And unfortunately, I truly believe that to be without Machine Dupe. But we stuck to our ground on what we said we were going to do from the beginning. And some people just did not like it. See if we can jump into another match. I know we're getting close on time here, but here's another one from the tournament. Ooh, Zephyra. There's actually a couple of them in the tournament this time around. And Burn, yep, PK Fire. There you go, Brock. Someone's playing your PK Fire. And that is the end of that one. So we see Zephyra very briefly come in for the win there, and that's the end of the match, I assume, because we're not into anything with siding. Plus, we're pretty late in the round. We can pretty much assume these are finishing matches as we get them done. One more match, potentially. Ooh, the PK Inferno, well, maybe. And, well, some Charmers. Not sure if this is for the tournament or... No, I'm assuming that was just a fun match and the round's basically over now, so... See if we can get you guys round 3 here. Once challenge updates, we'll... Not quite ready for round 3, I guess, but we're definitely getting close. So that actually might have been the end of that one. That one's done too. Go catch the end of our ABC guy and see how he's faring this time around. So an Ash in the grave, but he's still got an Infinity carrier with IP and materials in grave. Nice. So, but we got to be very close to time, and this may go down as a tie, which would be very unfortunate because ABC looks to be clearly in control. And that is time, so well, I'm glad we could help. I'm going to be a little radio silent for you in a second, but till we get round 3 going, we're going to see and make sure there's no extensions here. Still waiting to see and make sure that this is in fact the end of it. But on the downside, even if he passes turn, unless it's a significant extension, his opponent might just slow play him into time. We'll see here in just a second, though. Still not entirely sure. It does look like Virtual World is going to be the most represented deck. We're not quite sure yet. Eldritch could catch up and pass it, but them are by far the two most represented decks. Otherwise, we do have a lot of decks. A couple of them that do have multiples being Prank Kids, Drytron, Zephyra, and Sky Striker. But for the most part, a lot of one-of decks, which is really cool. And hopefully we can get some of these not tier 1 decks into the top cut. I'm not sure if they're doing a top 8 or 4. I will figure that out for you in just a second. Yeah, so okay, game back on. Let's finish this final match in round 2. ABC comes out, so I mean he could go into an Avermax, a Unicorn, either one really. So evenly matched. I mean, he's got the infinity, so. I'm assuming they're on a tight time crunch. Let's see what he can do. Set a few. And I mean, he could just end phase Buster Dragon, banish one, then go into Unicorn and spin the other one. And then on his turn, he's got almost enough for game already. Not stalling. I mean, hopefully they're not stalling, but using Masquerena, probably going to go. I don't think they're stalling. It's online and there's a little lag. It seems to be moving along pretty quickly though. I understand the frustration, but I mean, not much time went. I don't know if you can do that, but using a face down. Ooh, Hornet drone's in there too. Imperial Order probably wouldn't have mattered. Tagging out. Should be game. Yeah, that's gonna be game. And that's it. So there we go. On to round 3 already. I believe there's 6 rounds of Swiss. There is a top 8. Yeah, I did see that too. I don't think it would have mattered though. Hindsight's 2020. But I mean, that set card wasn't gonna do much of anything because he probably would have just banished and popped the other one. And yeah, he still had games, so it didn't end up mattering. Let's go find round 3. Where do we want to go with this? Okay. wait for this one, and we're gonna have hopefully another good matchup. I think both of them were pretty good already, so this matchup should be two decks that we have not seen yet. And if we finish this one early, I think we're going to actually work on getting lunch ready. Yeah, 6 rounds of Swiss, top 8. Just waiting for our guys to come in. We did actually catch part of this one player's last round, but not very much of it. We don't need Facebook up on our page no longer. So I guess new round, but let's go ahead and throw the link in there. Another time we'll do this on and off all day long. Brought to you by Dragon Rider Championship Series. Check out their Facebook group for all kinds of tournaments. And if you're new here, consider subscribing. I forget we're on YouTube, but we're primarily Cyber Dragon, but try to mix it up, get meta relevant content, whether it's going first cards, going second cards, tier lists, hand trap rankings, or just other deck profiles too. Lots of stuff, and we do take requests. We don't always get to them, but we try to cater towards everyone. Sorry, my phone's busier today than it is all the time. See, other people are starting to start. Hopefully we didn't miss too much. This is the game we are trying for. Hopping right in, so we see preparation of rights. Drytron is the deck that jumps out to me once we see that. Can you drop a link for the TSP tournament event page? Yeah, as soon as we have a moment, I will drop that link as well. Otherwise, in all of our videos that we've been posting, it's in the descriptions on them. Actually, I can throw it up in the description on here in just a second. So, emergency going for the alpha. Ooh, and he bricked, so that's not good at all. The one ash is almost enough to, well, it is enough to stop him. Try and set up his follow-up play if possible. Terraforming. Are we going to go ahead and get another mirror match? Oh, Guru. So Hidden City, Terraforming, Guru. Cool. I wonder if it's like Dragoon Guru Turbo, or if it's just straight up Guru. But 2 new decks that we haven't seen yet, so let's go. Oddly enough, I'm rooting for Guru. I hate the deck, and I hate these types of decks, but, I mean, it's not Drytron, it's not tier 1, so let's go Guru. funny that we were just talking about Subterror too, and now we see it. And there's the red ice fusion, so it is Dragoon Guru. And oh, that's a quick scoop. I mean, his hand obviously wasn't very good already, so he knew this might end up being a quick one. If you're not ready for Guru, especially with they work Dragoon in so easily, like you're probably gonna lose that game more often than you won't. And the fact that they can just set Guru and flip it with a field spell means that they can still use red ice fusion because they didn't normal summon or special summon that turn. A flip summon does not count as either. And we start out with, ooh, that's a heavy cost. Extra Foolish Burial means we're going to send Arclight more than likely to get one of his ritual cards. So for those joining us now, I'm not sure who's all been here the whole time, but round 3, we're in almost halfway done. We have Drytron going up against Guru Control, or Guru Dragoon, I guess we should say. I would say we're going to start hopping around pretty quick if this finishes up as fast as it had gone game 1, but last round with the 2 virtual worlds, that's kind of what we thought, and then game 3 lasted a long time. We did still catch the end of a couple. Can I bell this? No, you cannot ghost bell. The only one you can ghost bell is, what is it, Gamma, where it can summon from the graveyard. But no, you can't ghost bell them because it's impossible when you activate like Alpha in hand, or Delta in hand, Alpha, either one. When you activate it in hand, it's impossible for it to be summoned from the graveyard. Again, big shout outs to Dragon Rider Championship Series because it's moving pretty smoothly. They handled their rulings very quickly. He's been responding and jumping around like a crazy madman, so shout out to him. I wouldn't want to be in his position. But he's doing a very good job once again, and I cannot wait until DCS 3. I'm not sure if we'll try to do this again if he wants us to, or if we'll actually play in it and get Cyber Dragon that representation, because they don't have any. Ooh, interesting. Like, this Mystic Mine is going to mess with him quite a bit, but let's see what he can do. Guru can, like, Dragoon, it's not even fair like that they can play Mystic Mine too, because obviously they have Terraforming, they have the Hidden City that they can just out throw Mystic Mine. Droll just going to stop any potential play he might have. Let's see. Passing turn again. This is one of those games where I wish we could see their hand. So would you guys believe me if I said I think the third most represented deck in this tournament is Sky Striker? Nothing on resolution, so he's got enough cards. If he can out Mystic Mine, he can. Ooh, and he can out Mystic Mine. He sees the Twisters. Drytron can. Ooh, but Judgment. Ouch. Expensive Judgment, but totally worth it. But we were going to say that Twisters works really nice with Drytron because you can discard them to the graveyard and they can still activate in the graveyard. Guru just waiting for his chance to go off. And hopefully Drytron doesn't have a stop to him, because once he gets rid of that Mystic Mine, he's going to be vulnerable. So, not the most exciting game to watch. Hand Traps, Mystic Mine, but it's a card that you need to respect and play outs for. And unfortunately, sometimes when you have your outs for it, they have Judgment and stop your out, which, you know, it's really unfortunate, but it's part of the game. I personally advocate for keeping Mystic Mine around. I could argue for it to go to 1, but I don't think it's ban worthy in the slightest. But that's just me personally. And ooh, Dragoon, so now we see the move. I mean, he probably has everything he needs in his hand, and he's leading off with the Dragoon, because if his opponent has Ash, he can Ash here, because if you lead off with Hidden City and they Ash it, I mean, you still have your Dragoon and can do that line of play, but you lose your Mystic Mine. So I'm going to guess that he has everything he needs, and he was trying to bait out a potential Ash, because now he has Dragoon as a negate too. So yeah, probably not looking too good for Virtual Worlds, or Drytron, sorry, Virtual, ouch, ooch. And he can burn for 300 and attack for 3,000. He just needs 700 more on board, and that'll be game. And that is it. So Guru continues to move on. Let's go ahead and go find another match, I guess, for now. Guru moves on, undefeated, into round 4. We could go check back in there, or here we have Invoked Mech Knight and Virtual World. Ooh, Cosmic Cyclone, nice. So the VFD, but not much else. So they look like they're pretty well invested into this game. I'm going to guess that it's game 1 or 2. Wouldn't surprise me at all if it's game 1. I mean, their deck counts kind of indicates game 2. But yeah. must be thinking, so not a whole lot's going on at the moment. Extra deck. He did use the VFD already. Hopefully Mech Knights can do well enough and we can rub it in Anastasis's face that he's not playing and someone else is playing his Mech Knights. He prefers to play pure, however, which the deck is actually surprisingly good. He went 3-2 in the DCS 1, just barely missed top cut. There was a top 4 that time because the field was a little bit smaller. Getting aggressive now. VFD in attack position. And he's going to have it for one more turn, so... Okay, Sky Striker making comeback, I hear Sue. Oh god, that's cringe. I hope not. Good for him and his following and his fan base, but I'm not a fan, personally. Once this VFD's gone, though, if Virtual World can't put anything together, it's going to be a quick wrap for Mech Knights. Let's go ahead, actually. Not to take you guys away from the game and everything that's happening, but we're gonna try and just get these set up quick. We will get our event page tossed in that link as well. Try and watch while Facebook loads. Events. So that was game 1. Invoked Mech Knight takes the win. He is actually one of the players I had starred. I made some predictions as far as top 8. So we'll see how they end up doing. But yeah, he was... These predictions just kind of based off names I've seen pop up more or less in groups like Dragon Rider Championship Series, Luxury Gaming, things like that. And it's just fun, like, see if I can predict it or not and how it goes. Your events. While they're siding, we'll get GSP Championship event. I suppose you'll probably have to reload your page now for it to update down below, but in the description now we should have both of those page links. Ooh, and was it Virtual World? Yeah, Virtual World passed his turn. That either means he bricked, which they can do once in a while, or he opened a bunch of hand traps. And Droll Knockbird, okay. So Invoked Mech Knight gets hit with Droll Knock. But he has the Gamut. Does he have the Ash too? No Ash. Okay, so the Droll's not going to stick, and he gets the 2 monsters on board. This may be a quick one if he... I mean, he could have a Nibiru too, potentially. I would definitely be thinking about that. Get that Macabre out early. This would be summon number 5, but now he's going to get another Invocation. Then he can get his other Invocation back from the graveyard as well. I guess not get it back, but get Alistair back. He has the one in the graveyard, so that's fine. But he's got Macabre now to stop a Nibiru, and he can actually make his own VFD. And that is game. So, Invoked Mech Knights also moving on into round 4 undefeated. Or into round 5, sorry. Undefeated, right? No, this is round 3, so they're moving on into round 4. Oh, I will get another game from the tournament up for you. And then I'm going to go start my oven because I'm getting a little bit hungry. Virtual World and add Emancipator. Okay. I will leave you in the care of, once again, another VFD. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'm actually probably pretty quick. I'm just going to go start the oven. Then I'll be right back. Before I go, not a scene. As far as bigger channels, I don't really watch too many anymore. I don't mind Cali Effect. He's probably towards the top of the ones I do watch. I like MBT or MST TV with his ruling videos. They're really helpful, and his breakdowns of like top cards for the formats are also really helpful. But otherwise, Yassine, he's I guess not like one of the super big channels, but Yassine's a really good channel to watch for combos, deck lists, things like that. And he was actually on stream with us last night. He stopped in and said hi. Good friends with him, so check his channel out if you haven't, though. I mean, I'm sure you have, but I'll be right back. So while that preheats, we will come back for a bit. Shout out to our sponsors as well on the channel. We do have some playmats coming. We have not this one in particular, but the same designer. Wow, can't even think right now. Like complete total brain fart. Grove Reacting Gaming, sorry. Links for all three of them are on all of our videos, not the live stream, but the videos. You can check them out, get this awesome dinosaur playmat. The Prank Kids playmat and Invoke Dogmatica, or Invoke Shadal playmat, sorry, are both up for grabs in our TSP Championship. Link in the description on the stream, slightly below. That is one of their options, though. If you just want to go check out Grove Reacting Gaming, they have a Facebook page and a website online. They also have this ABC, or not ABC, Ancient Gear versus Cyber Dragon playmat. That's another really nice one. And one more mat to show off for you guys while we're getting our sponsorships out of the way. We do not have them from Pow Manga Mats yet, but Andreas is a good friend of the channel. We've known him since before our channel was even big. Went a little fast on that last one. Another Cyber Dragon playmat that you can get at yugihohlimburg.com. They are based out of Europe, but they ship worldwide, and their shipping, again, is actually pretty quick. So, good people to get a playmat from, and playmat's pretty sick. So he is playing the Prank Kid engine in here with Adamantipator. Not too surprised. That's kind of the wave at the moment. And while we're talking about different products like that, we showed it a little bit earlier. These amazing 3D printed field centers. You can actually ask Determinator in the chat section about getting yours made today. Not sure what projects he's working on at the moment, other than making some top 4 ones for us for the TSP Championship. It's going to be a lot of fun. He does amazing work. The video doesn't do it justice. The pictures I posted don't do it justice. It's absolutely gorgeous in person. So Virtual World might be in a little bit of trouble here. We got the IP and Doodle to go into possibly a Unicorn or just a Link 4 in general. We got the Appaloosa with 3 negates, the Boral Savage with 2 counters, and no graveyard effects because of Dweller. I'll let Nathan answer that question for you, or if you want to PM him on Facebook, if he wants you to reach out that way. But he's in the chat. He can let you know the best way to do it. Ooh, 2 evenlies? Ouch. That really hurt. All that time, that big board, everything. That hurts. after this round, we'll probably start to see a few more people start dropping. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and see what happens here, because where's the link for the playmats? Actually, I can get them here in a second for you guys. Let's go. Best way to do this. Links were on our pages, or our, so I want that back. Pull up a new one. Links in all of our videos that we post, but we'll get them in the description on the stream down below. Not a whole lot's going to happen here, I don't feel like, other than Virtual World popping off. If you're coming in, this is round 3. We're nearing the end of it. We have seen decks like Virtual World winning a bunch, and Guru Control also 3-0 at the moment. Invoked Mech Knights 3-0 at the moment. So good fun things there. Again, playmats, we have all kinds of good sponsors for those. Cyber Dragon on a budget, if you're interested in that. We have a $75 budget to build a competitive Cyber Dragon deck and see how good we can do. Each week we get $10 to make our deck better. We actually went 3-0. We play 3 games each episode. Games, not matches, because it takes way too long to do matches. And now if you update your page, the description on stream should have links for all of our affiliates. Pow Manga Mats, I don't have one to show you guys, but his playmats are really like no other. I do actually have a playmat somewhere that he did for me. It's just not a manga mat, but actually not even sure where it's at. It must be in the other room, so we're not gonna grab it today. Hopefully all my squealing of my drawers didn't annoy you guys too much, but he if you've seen any of my videos from way back with my Time Wizard, he did that playmat for me and it turned out really nice. But otherwise, Yugihoh Limburg had the Cyber Dragon one where they're like in the factory kinda, and Grove Reacting Gaming had the Dinosaur playmat and the Ancient Gear Verse Cyber Dragon. And they also have Invoke Shadal. They might be working on a Dogmatica Shadal, I believe, as well. I can try and reach out to him and let you know, hopefully, if he responds soon. They've been working on a lot of good projects, but we'll see what we can do. My oven just went off though, so I'm gonna go throw my pizza in and leave you guys in the hands of another VFD. We're gonna see it a lot today, I feel like. So 20 minutes. I guess we have our first chat that doesn't really need to be on there, but you're not going to stop people on the internet, I guess. I don't quite understand it, but I don't think there's going to be anything that the Adamancipator player can really do, because his extra deck's banished face down right now, especially with double VFD. Calling Earth, because if you know what your opponent's playing, you want to call what's going to be in their hand and graveyard, because on field doesn't matter. You're changing everything on field, so you want them to not be able to activate hand and graveyard as well if possible. Yeah, frustration is starting to settle in. Nobody wants to go 1-2 because at that point you're just playing to play, because 4 and 2, top 8 4 and 2, there's probably will be some actually that make it. But some of the 4 and 2s won't make top 8. The meta's not even that bad. It's way better than last format. Like, your hands aren't getting ripped apart. There's plenty of cards you can play. It's just you got to open them and see them, obviously. Like, you can gamma the VFD. You got droplet, send like a trap, whatever. But yeah, people starting to get a little upset. Is there another game we can hop into? Uh, 200 life points, not looking too good for Virtual World here against Eldritch. We haven't really had much Eldritch on stream today, so we'll see if we can get one of them near the top tables for next round. Should be easy enough. We have been able to piece together the majority of who's playing which decks, but I believe by the end of this, Luke will have his total breakdown for you guys, and we'll see what makes the top cut. Up to 14 viewers, so thanks for watching, guys. We've been streaming all day, obviously. Not sure how many of you are players just coming to check out other matches at the moment now. We've seen things like Virtual World literally everywhere. Invoked Mech Knight and Guru both doing pretty well. Sky Striker and other decks actually have decent representation, but it's a very diverse tournament without giving out too much information. We'll leave it at that for now. Link below for our TSP Championship starting on March 9th. We have field centers, playmats, all kinds of things to give away as prizes. Top 4 will each get playmats and field centers, along with an AA Zeus for first, Ultimate Rare Dengirsu for second, possibly Cash 2 as well. And then we have a couple playmats and a field center and some other cards to give away at random. So if you don't make top 4, you could still walk away with some pretty cool prizes. Links down in the description below the stream if you're interested in playmats from some very highly recommended places like Pau Manga Mats. He's all over in Zodiac. Andreas is amazing to work for. He does do custom mats. You can tell him your archetype, and they actually do Digimon too. Otherwise, Grove Reacting Gaming's got a handful of good playmats. And Yugihoh Limburg is relatively unknown, smaller, based out of Europe, ships worldwide. And their Ghost Girls playmat and Cyber Dragon playmats are really gorgeous. We're not really commentating too much on this match because, I mean, we jumped in really late to it. We were originally watching Guru and Drytron for this round, and Guru took that one, and then we bounced around all over the place, seeing lots and lots of EFD, Invoke Mech Knight, all kinds of different things. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. We do try to put out meta-relevant content. We are primarily focused on Cyber Dragon, but I've been playing Prank Kids a lot, had a deck profile up recently. Buster Dogmatica was a fun deck, and we have other things planned, such as more like meta cards for the format, tier lists, things like that. We just dropped them all, but eventually we'll have to update them, won't we? Our How to Beat Series 2, where we break down top decks of the format and cards that you can side for going first, second, main deck, and just what cards to hand trap in general. So yeah, there will be more than likely at least 3 players at 4 and 2 that should make top 8. Don't quote me on that because ties can affect this and change it a little bit, but just based off a quick calculator, we should have 1 or 0 undefeateds, 3 or 4 5 and 1s, and then there could be 9 or 10 4 and 2s. Again, the ties will affect that a little bit, but there will be a few people who go X2 and make top cut. Virtual World trying as much as they can to hang on with just their 200 life points. Oh, no Digimon cards in Green Bay. That sucks. Only a couple, was it the 19th? So 2 weeks from yesterday. Pretty excited for that. We're actually going to be doing some Digimon once a week on the channel as well. If you're interested in that, probably just going to do like a sealed only series on a budget, just because Yu-Gi-Oh is where my money goes for competitive play, so Digimon will just be a fun side project. Still waiting on 6 more matches to finish up, and then round 3 will be done, or if we hit time first. Virtual World's starting to get rolling. We see 1 in hand and 1 set still. I don't remember if we know what that set card is or if it was there before we got onto this match, because we came here as the other one's finished. Digimon's better than Pokemon. The card games maybe. As far as what they are, I mean, I grew up watching Pokemon and loving it almost more than Yu-Gi-Oh, but Digimon, the old TV shows weren't bad, but I think Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon were better. But the card game, I'm far more excited for Digimon than I ever was Pokemon. Virtual World just trying to think on how he can close out the game this turn. Drawing a card off his Dragon, and then I mean, I guess, you know, Droll ain't gonna do a whole lot otherwise. But for the most part, I don't think he was gonna have too many more draws. So a 3,500 Golden Lord that cannot be destroyed by card effects. I wonder if he's playing Utopia Beyond. We've mentioned it in other ones, but we have yet to see it come out. Well, there you go. That's a good reason to like Pokemon. Get that token off the Golden Lord so it can be destroyed once again. Crocodile obviously is not live because he does not have 2 cards to discard, but Eldritch gonna go ahead and banish a bunch. I'm assuming that means he has a Conquistador set if he said wrong one, because he's going to want to use the Conquistador. And you can only use 1 effect per turn. Oh, no, Sanguine set, okay, so summon a Golden Lord, make a Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon, burn for 2k and game, potentially. So that was all end phase of last turn. I mean, now he's still got the Conquistador, or that's why he didn't use Conquistador, because he already used it that turn. Now this turn he can obviously use it again, and he's got another Sanguine. But I don't expect this to go much more than Rail Cannon, burn, pass, well, win. Or link them both off, effect to get it back to hand, summon it, attack the Constellar for game again. The Chuchi is live, or no, the Chuchi is not live. Four minutes left in the round. How's it going, Melfi? Can't play today, but I do want that rematch sometime soon. So we got 3 minutes to go. Set 3, 2 Golden Lords versus Constellar, King Long, Chuchi, 2 in hand. And, I mean, he's got a Gigi and Lao Lao, King Long, and Graveyard. But he needs to be able to deal 5,300 damage this turn. And I just don't know if that's going to happen. We know there's a Sanguine and a Conquistador set as well. So he can bounce one Golden Lord back to hand. Solemn Strike. Interesting. I mean, I guess he could have bounced it, attack, that's 200. I probably would have saved the strike, though, for like, a Lulu. Yeah, Virtual World doesn't have the best Eldritch matchup, that's for sure. But if they can go first and really set up their plays a little bit smarter. I mean, Choo-Choo only popping face-up cards, but hitting, like, the trap monsters, Crocodragon. Funny enough, these are the two most represented decks in this tournament. But I will be right back because I think my food is done. Couple minutes left, so not yet. I've seen Drytron in one or two so far. Yeah, there's a couple Drytrons, but definitely not to the extent of these two decks. Doesn't mean that they won't top or do as good, but it only takes one to make it to top. Round 3 just about done, and then we will be halfway done with Swiss, and I'm not sure if they're doing Top Cut today or tomorrow. I know there was discussion of both. Hopefully today, because then we can cover it. Tomorrow we will be busy with the Super Bowl. Watching it, getting ready for it, all those things. Super Play new cards like Prosperity. Yeah, Prosperity. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the new set overall. I mean, Virtual World got a couple new cards out of it, but Prosperity is like the only good card in the set. As good as Konami did in 2020, so far 2021's kind of a big letdown. That's all you can do. I mean, keep working at it, build it, get it. Yeah. Cyber Dragon, best trap deck of the format. For those who know, you know, but majority don't know. And what we're talking about by that is actually Alex Yugihoh, who just commented. You can go check out his channel and his top 8 list from MBT's most recent tournament with 128 players, and his Cyber Trap made top 8, so pretty good. Banishing a couple. He's going to attack for... He's going to deal 28. He's still got to be able to put out 1,100 more damage, though, or it's not going to matter. Yeah, that's almost more important than knowing your own deck, is really knowing the meta and how it's shaped up to be. But at the end of the day, too, like, you can only control so much. If you get, even if you're playing like a really good deck and you just get the worst hands ever, or like bad matchups, anything like that, anything can happen any given day. So Eldritch wins because, well, time. I'm gonna go pull my pizza out, considering. Yeah, try Melfi's. Melfi's clap. Do it. Be right back, and we'll get round 4 going. Round 4, where do we want to go? That's gonna be a good one. Okay. So we know which matchup we're going for, and get 2 more decks that have not made an appearance yet. Both of these players right now have 2 wins and a tie. They currently sit in 5th and 6th. So we are still in the technically undefeated players, but I think this is going to be a good matchup. Plus, I'm not ready to watch Virtual World again just yet, so... Once again, grabbing the wrong mouse because we're running 2 computers, and why not? That's going to be a good matchup right there. Alex was in our round 1 feature match. Let's see if we're ready to join room we're going for yet. Not quite, but we'll get there soon. Alright, gotta buy this round. Looks like I'm hanging out here. Oh, glad to have you hanging out here. We can go ahead and see what other people are doing. We've seen Hans a couple times playing. I don't think we actually featured him at all yet, but we did see him after other ones. That actually was the other match I was considering going for. Not too bad, going pretty smooth. Just letting pizza cool down, and then we'll actually get some food. Otherwise, got all set up for today. Yesterday's testing worked pretty nice. Are they gonna? Hopefully soon they come to their room. There we go. So let's go ahead and jump in quick. So Gale Dogra, okay. I mean, I already know what he's playing, but you guys don't. Despite knowing what he's playing, I did not expect to see that come out. We do see the Shadals. So assuming who is hosting the DCS? Luke Canelli, there is a link just below in the description of the stream for his group if you want to go check it out. He hosts a whole bunch of tournaments, like for cards, for cash, for all kinds of things. Dueling Book, EDO Pro, Dueling Nexus. He really caters to the people really nicely. I'm in the group, haven't played in a while because we're busy, but he does a really, really good job. Wendy summoning the hedgehog. Flipping it then to gain the effect. We're going to add a Shadal Speller Trap from our deck to our hand. Dog Run 2021. Right? Like, how long has it been since you saw Gale Dogra in a deck? I think Chaos Max is the last deck I've seen play it. And that was a couple years ago now. So we have a light and a Shadal, almost like he has a construct play. Or, you know, use a card in hand to make a window. So Shadal something, or just Shadal's pure. And we are going up against Dragoon. That's going to hurt. Ooh, Ash. And Ash means he still cannot summon. That's going to be the worst part about it. And we got the Schism, so using from graveyard instead. 1 day of peace. At least he's not going to take any damage for the turn. For next turn, that is. So, someone want to remind me, like, what year we're in? We see Gale Dogra and 1 Day of Peace being played. Interesting. I'm glad I picked this for our feature match, though, because I don't know how it's going to end, but I like where we're going with it. And you guys still aren't quite sure what Sorcerer 11 is playing? Well, cat's out of the bag. So Vector Blast, didn't really know people played it too much, but if you control no monsters, each player sends top 2 cards of the deck to the Gravis. Then 1. I don't know if I like that call to use that. Like, you're going against Shadal's. Do you really want to send his cards to the graveyard? But you hit 2 Dogmatica cards. That could not have gone better. Shuffles to the deck, not destroy. So, see if they correct that quickly here. Yep. So we do still have the 1 set card. The Schism on the field is going to be potentially a problem, but Sky Striker can deal with a Winda a little easier than a lot of decks can. So definitely an interesting matchup so far. Shadal Dogmatica versus Sky Striker, round 4 of the DCS. Bunch of good stuff in the link down, or in the description down below. Ooh, Ghost Spell on the Schism. I mean, unfortunately, he can use Schism more than just once, but... So, adding another Shadal Speller Trap. Not in the greatest of positions for Sky Striker, to say the least, banishing the App Cologne and the Wendy to summon an App Cologne. Ooh. Normal summoning Psy-Frame Driver. That's... I've done it before. It's always a different feeling, but it's a good way to get it to the grave, you know, for your Gamma in hand or so. But once you already have a board presence, unless you're playing Lambda, Gamma's kind of dead anyway. But the 2500 Vanilla's not the worst thing ever. So we're going to attack for 3300 and take the lead, still with that Schism. So that means, you know, you can go ahead and make your, I mean, with the grave setup we have, he can go for Construct or Winda, either one that he really would want to. Sky Striker, he can't Widow Anchor the driver, but he's got a toolbox, so I don't think this game is over yet by any means. So we see now he's gonna. These guys are actually using the Discord chat more effectively. So we saw the aerial. So when it's sent to the graveyard, target up to 3 cards in the graveyards, banish them. If he's gonna use it, I mean, you'd in this situation more or less use it to chain to the construct, just a chain block for it. Not that it's necessarily effective in the situation we're in, but you know, he didn't really have like a key piece in the graveyard. Card's really good though versus like Drytron or even Virtual World. So we're starting to get into that position where Sky Striker needs to come up with something, otherwise he's gonna, you know, be in a bad spot. See if he goes for the Winda, so that way once Rose hits the field it kinda locks him out of special summoning more. So Hayate, at least we can poke direct and send a card to the graveyard, but he's going to have to find a way to get it back. Construct getting back from the graveyard, and then we can also get a Shaddoll monster. Odds are he's not playing more than 1 Vector Blast, but you know, maybe in this situation just not the best place to summon the Winda. Widow Anchor, so that could not have gone too much better. Now we're going to tag out the Winda again. So who can out-resource who first? Wonder if we're going to go for another Winda. On the bright side though, he will get 1 more special summon. So he could like attack direct, send whatever, and then link for Kagari, get Widow Anchor back, and take Winda again, and then go into something like even a Nightmare Phoenix and pop the Schism, or I don't know if he's playing Phoenix at least, but otherwise something like the Sky Striker Zeke potentially. So this is the first turn that we can finally deal damage to, thanks to 1 day of peace prior. So I don't think I would have did that, because now he summoned Rose. That's his 1 special summon, and he's in a little bit of a predicament, whereas if he didn't before, he could have, because Winda only starts counting once it hits the field, so he could have, like I said, went into Kagari and then grabbed his Widow Anchor back and took the Winda, and then went into like a Zeke. see what goes here now. Unless I missed something, but yeah, so I definitely think he didn't play that the best. And Rishidal Incarnation comes out during the end phase. So Sky Striker in a not good situation at all. Two monsters that aren't going to do a whole lot on board. I mean, he'll get the Ray back from the graveyard. There's the, I'd say one special summon, but, you know, Wind is gone now, so it doesn't matter. So he can bounce them both to the extra deck. Which, that's nice, though, because it won't trigger Ray if Ray doesn't get destroyed. Actually, you don't even have a Ray in the graveyard. Withead. Ooh, it got banished. Not sure where we were for that, but yeah, so. Leaves the field because of opponent's card effect. It actually would trigger Ray, though, because it still left the field via card effect. Not that it matters, because Ray is, in fact, banished. Unchained Evil Twin. I would love for that to be the best deck, 'cause I got a bunch of Evil Twin cards that I wouldn't mind selling at hype price. Unchained is one of those decks, though, too, that if you don't know what they do or you're not ready for it, they can absolutely catch pretty much any deck off guard. Yeah, I've seen that they were already creeping up, but I mean, like, money, like $40, the Drytron Nova prices. It's not gonna happen, but a man can hope, right? But so Sky Striker definitely just kind of trying to cling and hold on to dear life, but not gonna matter too much. Ray can always tag out to like Kagari to get the Widow Anchor back, but even a Widow Anchor, one card in hand and a draw, probably isn't going to be enough. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, Eldland didn't even go from like 15 to 30. Eldland went from like $2 to $30. And I think it actually hit more than that at one point, so but Eldritch is a little bit better of a deck. I do like the artwork of the Evil Twins, or Live Twins, Evil Twins. What decks would you guys like to see coming up for our How to Beat series? I mean, we do have, you know, some decks planned to do. Our Prank Kids already, updated Dragon Link, the Adamantipator with the Prank Kid engine's another one that we're gonna cover. But what other decks would you guys like to see for that series? So this will probably be the turn that Sky Striker finally falls, bringing us onto just game 2. Neither one of these decks are super aggressive. They're both pretty tempo control and grindy decks, and it just is kind of unfortunate that they got paired up with each other in this round, because their matchups with the format actually aren't halfway bad, but when they have to go up against each other, obviously they're not versing the top tier decks. So game 1 is over. Shadal Dogmatica takes game 1 and Sky Striker drops. Let's go ahead and see how the next game goes. We have been able to actually get a total breakdown, if you will, not like total as in variance as far as they go, because we haven't been able to watch all the games, but from hopping in and out of rooms throughout the 4 rounds so far, we got at least the breakdown of the decks. Stay tuned, Luke will have the total breakdown, like, because we have 7 Eldritch decks, but they're a bunch of different variants. So Virtual World had 9 with 24.3% of total representation. Eldritch at 7, 18.9. And then Invoked variants, all 3 were different. 8.1% Invoked. There was, like I said, 3 different variants for Invoked, and 3 Sky Striker players also, so 8.1 for Striker. Drytron, surprisingly, only 2 players playing it, 5.4%. Zephyra and Prank Kids also with 2. And then a bunch of one-ofs. The other category makes up 24.4%. And that comprised of Salamangreat, Trains, PK Fire, Dragon Link, Adamantipator, Guru, ABC, Infernoble, and Shadal Dogmatica. Not putting Adamantipator with Prank Kids. They just play the small Prank Kid engine, but you know, it's still Adamantipator. Let's see if game 2 turns out any different. I'm really curious how it would have turned out had they not summoned that Rose and then went Kagari, grabbed the Widow Anchor back. So Jamming Waves, getting rid of that right away. Super Poly versus Sky Striker. I mean, I guess you can use either field, so they have bunch of attributes, so you get to kind of take your pick on what you're going to summon. Not a big fan of Super Poly this format at all, though. I wouldn't even have it in my side deck. Like I said, Shaddoll I guess is a little bit different, because you don't necessarily need to use both your opponent's monsters, just using one of them, and then like one of your Shaddoll cards. So we see Ray. Do we see an area 0? Nope. So we're just going to see a Ray attack and then tag out. The Squamata, flip target one card in the field, destroy it. Yeah, not a whole lot. Like, and he goes probably Hayate, so he can dump a card and then go Kagari, main phase 2. Oh, never mind. Is there a reason that tributes? Oh, because Ray cannot activate at that point, I'm assuming, being in the damage step, so Squamata just destroys it. And now we see Construct coming out, getting rid of that Fleur. So really not relying whatsoever on the Dogmaticas. Not entirely sure. I mean, I guess he just didn't want him to get the card off the Construct. So maybe that was probably the right call. Now you got 4 cards in hand to his 1. He does have a good target in El Shaddoll Fusion to get back, but you're starting to win that card economy game, which Sky Striker is known for. So you're going to get him the El Shaddoll Fusion back to his hand, but you know he's only got 1 other card plus his draw for turn, so he's going to have to use his entire hand, and we'll see how it goes. Did he get what he needs, or Brightside Shaddoll, if they have to use their whole hand, you know, they got a bunch of effects and they go to the graveyard, so they kind of replenish themselves and keep doing stuff. Not like you just lose your hand and that's the end of it. Can't complain though. Today is moving pretty smoothly. It's been a little bit since we mentioned it. Link below in the description. You can check out Dragon Rider Games. Luke's got a really good page, great tournaments, all different platforms, something for everyone. And the TSP Championship, where you get customized 3D printed field centers. Someone at random will get a chance to win the Hail Sidra Cyber Eltonin with all the baby Cyber Dragons. And we also have PK Torn Scales at random giveaway. Possibly a Tri-Brigade Fractale. We have a Lulu. If we get enough people, second place will get a Ultimate Rare Dingirsu on top of their playmat, possible cash, and field center. And first place will get a Divine Arsenal Zeus. So lots of good stuff for you guys. Prize pool continues to grow. Thank you to our sponsors. They're down in the description below as well, so check that out. So super poly to get around the Ice Dragon's prison. Possibly. Doing that quick self-promotion and a lot happened and we kind of got lost a little bit. So Sky Striker doesn't care too much about Winda, especially because he's got his Widow Anchor in the grave already. So El Shaddai Fusion in hand. Probably set a hand trap just to not lose the game. So pretty much expect that. Hand trap. Yeah, Skullmeister. And watch that be Schism, which will just pretty much close this game out. Both of these decks are just so good at like out-resourcing that it's interesting to see them go at each other. Has he got like evenly? Yeah. So I guess we won't see what that was, but he better have something here. Set another hand trap. Lightning Storm can't destroy Winda. Harpy's Feather Duster. Oh, so that will be game. Unfortunate end for Sky Striker, but nonetheless, good match. We're going to find you guys another one to hop into. I'm going to go eat my food now that it should be cooled down, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. Well, as we can see, Trains and Virtual World are still going at it. We'll see how many matches are left for round 4. Now that we got a little food in us finally, we've been up all day and skipped breakfast, because that's what we do. Ooh, Ash, so... We got 5 matches left in round 4, and then we will continue to move forward. As we wait for these few to finish up, I'm just looking through the standings currently, picking out our next featured match. There's a very good chance that it will be 2 people who already were featured, but as the final 2 4-0 players, if they get paired up, I feel like we have to show it, because it's the last X and O match that we will have due to ties. See if there's a game we can hop into at the end here until we move on, but getting very, very close. Here we go. Emancipator and Sky Striker. Hopefully Sky Striker does not make VFD. That's all I'm going to say with this one. I feel like that would make someone rather salty. And that's time in the round, so Sky Striker will lose that game. Which means we can look towards jumping into round 5. 2 rounds of Swiss left, and then we will see if we're doing the top cut today or not. They have been given the option. They're given a couple days to do the top because of the pricing and everything and time zones. They wanted to make sure people could plan better and have time to do it all. So we may finish this in a couple hours here today, and then depending when they are, we may possibly stream some of those matches, but not likely. Just waiting for a couple more games to report. while the crew finishes sorting this out, we're gonna sit back and hang out, and then we will get round 5 going. Okay, so VFD's an annoying cut for sure, but it also... Yeah, I have a love-hate with VFD too. I mean, part of it depends on, like, everything else going on. It sucks that, like, Chuchi makes it so they can just use VFD, pop it, and then make another one their next turn anyway, so that's the annoying part to me. It's not like it's broken or overpowered, but I do think VFD is more oppressive than Thunder Dragon Colossus. And it is round 5. Oh, 2 more games, and 2 more games to sort out and get the answer for, and then we will keep going for you guys. One click too many. Back to our duel room. See if we can... I'm assuming there's just timed extensions going, and that's where we're waiting up on, so no hurries. I mean, we only have 2 rounds left. It's only at least 2 o'clock in the time zone that we started this tournament in. Yeah, 10 o'clock. It's only been 4 hours, so doing really good, keeping like right at the 1 hour per round mark, which is nice. I've been to regionals where the first round took 3 hours by the time everything was said and done. That's a bit ridiculous, but this is moving along pretty nicely, so can't really complain too much. Virtual World and ABC. Seeing if I can burn. It's already time. To be fair, yeah, he can do that because time means finish the phase that you're in, so it's unfortunate if that's how it ends, but that is how the game works. And ooh, so time was at draw phase, no, main phase 1. That's, I guess, I don't want to be the judge in a situation like that. Okay. No burns, so this game is going to go down as a draw. I was going to say, if play it out, what do you mean play it out? Like, you're just saying, oh, time, and then he says... So he didn't want his opponent to burn and wanted the tie, but now that his opponent can't burn, he wants to play it out. Yeah, this is why I don't judge events, guys, because situations like this I don't like to have to deal with. It's just annoying. Like, personally, I mean, it's time in the round. You finish the phase that you're in. He said it happened in the draw phase, so in that case, you finish the draw phase. It's game over. You don't play it out. Like, you can't just say play it out because my opponent has nothing now. And I'm by no means trying to pick out against the one player, because I was actually really hoping ABC could do really good, like the deck, and it's not, like I said, one of the top tier decks, but on to round 5. Let's put this behind us. Load up the pairings if they're up yet, and we already know which room we're going to. We had a feeling towards the end here we would end up getting a room that we already had these players in, so we will I just feel like we kind of have to put these two on the feature match when they're the last two 4-0 decks, because we have a couple 3-0-1s, but you know, we don't want to have to miss out on our last chance at X&O match. So we will put these two as our feature, and we can always change it later. Give the guys a little bit of time to find their pairings, find their rooms, and get there. We'll check the overall standings, see what type of records people have. And right from the beginning, with 37 players in 6 rounds, there was a chance already that there would be 0 6-0 players. So we're going to possibly see that here. We have 2 4-0s, a 3-0-1, and then a handful. We have 7 3-1s, and then some 2 1-1s. So definitely a lot can still happen. Like we said, 4 and 2 should be enough to make top 8 for some, not for everyone. Tiebreakers will come into play there. Is our room ready to go? Yes, it is. Okay, so we have MC Dog again and Alex 00000 opening up with Red Eyes Fusion. Gets met with the Ash, so you cannot normal or special summon still. That Ash hurts so much on Red Eyes Fusion, especially depending the deck you're playing. If you remember what decks these are, you would know that at least Guru can play around it a little bit, because he can still set his Guru and flip it with the Hidden City. But he didn't open those, so we'll see how this goes. We see Nyan, and he has the Lulu in hand. Hopefully we see some hand traps on Guru's side of the board, otherwise this could get ugly very quickly. Sending King Long so that way he can get another free card in his hand to keep it extending. I'm assuming probably grab Lao Lao now here. Karibo guy probably went and quit. Sorry, Brock. The dream's over. Okay, so GG instead of how I mentioned possibly Lao Lao. And now we see him come out with the synchro with his Zhui. I think that's how you say it. It's 2400 path, and now GG. That King Long should have been banished already, I believe, because he used it. Getting the free Nyan, and I mean, he can make a Gossip Shadow there, or he can does not have the Chu-Chi Engrave for level modulation, because otherwise he can make like a Shen, reduce the level, and then make Cloud Castle, bring back Shen Shen. Banish and there, so he is doing a synchro play. Gonna draw a card. And Nyan Yan's banish effect. Yeah, Karibo multiply better than core dupe. Isn't Karibo multiply? It used to be full Orcus combo. So we see Constellar come out once again. Seeing this card all day long. I've almost seen it more than VFD. Setting up for next turn rather nicely. And we will see what goes from here. We do know he's playing Dragoon Guru, so there's a really good chance that he has more than the one Red Eyes Fusion. And he's probably playing Insight as well. Another Ash Blossom. Really unfortunate there. Ash Blossom twice. And I say unfortunate, but ooh, Raigeki. Okay. Okay. Don't really see Raigeki too often, but it's a nice little board wipe to play. We've seen now Gale Dogra, Raigeki, and one day apiece today. So it's a nostalgic day in Yu-Gi-Oh history. Set 2, 1 monster, and pass turn. Banishing the trap to summon, get rid of the dead Nibiru. So we're going to get Lulu, add to hands, and yep, Kowloon, Chuchi. Once again, this is the final matchup of X and O players. Yeah, we used X, Brock, suck it. So, yeah, we do have a potential for the final round to be a 5-0 player or a 4-0-1 player against a 4-0-0 or 0-1. But we will not have two 5-1 players. That's for sure. So Virtual World does end up taking game 1. Let's see how they go inside. So Guru Dragoon, Virtual World. Virtual World takes game 1. This is round 5. Dragon Rider Championship Series 2. Yeah, so we're probably going to end up playing in the next one as opposed to doing this. As fun as it is, I do really wish I was playing because it looks like a lot of fun. And there's no Cyber Dragon players out there. So I would have loved to see how we could do with the deck and go from there. $37 total players. Like I said, 24% Virtual World, 18% Eldritch, 24% other, and then some random filler in there. Only 2 Drytrons was pretty surprising. I know Dueling Book has some issues, so I'm assuming that's where that draw just came in, the draw offer. Dueling Book has some bugs on it once in a while, and then yeah. So Brock, you're gonna go dislike the channel that you're a part of. I'm calling your bluff. I don't think you'll do it. Do it, Brock. So now we see Hidden City right away with the Ash again. So Alex just opening Ash like crazy. He had it for turn 1 and 2, game 1, and now game 2 he has it again. Harpy's Feather Duster. Oh man. I feel bad right now for the Guru player, and I never thought I'd feel bad for a Guru player, but I do feel, and he's got the Kowloon. Yeah, I mean, you can judgment it, but is burning half your life points worth saving your field spell? 3 in hand, you're probably in a bad situation already, so really unfortunate. I still don't think he'll do it. Oh, so going on our 5th hour of streaming. It doesn't really feel like it, but this chair is starting to get a little uncomfortable, so part of me would be okay if the top cut isn't today, but at the same time I really do want to see who makes it, who wins it, and get it all done and said with. Ash Blossom probably going to be enough to not get OTK'd here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save him for the game. Potentially make like a Dragoon and pop 2 cards, burn, and then attack direct might be enough. So we'll see what's in his hand and if he can get it. But a VFD would put an end to that pretty quickly if that's the route they go. Personally, I would, because even though Guru's a back row deck, there's not really, I don't think there's a benefit in going for that route when he's only got the 2 cards plus the draw. I definitely think apply the pressure if you can make the VFD do it, because it still turns off like Guru, which means he can't search out his Fiendus, so. So he does have the material to do it. Is that the route he's going to go? Croc Dragon, draw 1 card. Then he can make the Shen Shen not use Nyan's effect, and then Chuchi also stays live. So he actually does not go for VFD, but instead the Phantom Fortress. So for those who don't know, once per turn detach 1 material from this card, banish based off the effect 1 card your opponent controls, 1 card from your opponent's hand, 1 card from your opponent's graveyard, top card of their deck. So he hits a Fiendus, and we'll see what other 2 cards he has. Yeah, so he could have went for like the VFD, and then, I mean, even if he could make a Dragoon, he couldn't have used it, but gonna try it again, try and banish another card. He had the Red Eyes, wrong Red Eyes card. So not looking good at all for our Dragoon, or our Dragoon Guru player. Virtual World in pretty much control. I mean, there's an Ash Blossom, so yeah. This game's over. 5,600. He's got 29 on board already. Needs 27 more. And I mean, right there's 18 of it. But, and then, I mean, even if he can't push for game this turn, I guess like the one card that could potentially save you, I mean, right there's game, but would have been like Red Eyes Fusion, but he has a banished Red Eye, so unless he's playing multiples, it's already over before it's over. So yeah, I mean, 27, 42, 6,000, 89. GG, hopefully top 8. Yeah, I mean, sitting at 4-1, even if he loses the next one, starting out 4-0, I would definitely assume he has a good chance to make it. But we'll see. If he gets at least a tie the next round, he'll for sure be in. So we'll see what happens. And we'll go hop into another game. Virtual World once again. Winning a match. So, let's see. Do we want to watch that? Nope. Let's go check out this one. We have the invoked Shadal, or the Dogmatica Shadal, and invoked Mech Knights going at it. So, should be some fun. Another matchup that's pretty high up there. These are 2 of the 3-1 players going at it. So, lots on the line here. Loser is facing a pretty tough challenge to make top cut. The winner is in a very good position to make top cut. Use the construct and, you know, Ecclesia for a Muddy Mud Dragon. Assuming he still has in hand. Yeah, yep, the invocation. Oh, didn't even see the set card, but that's okay. Trying to not die this turn, I assume. And he has the Schism too, so this game is far from over. It's looking like we might actually have a decently diverse top 8 so far. For the way the top cut or the total breakdown was, not the top cut, we might end up with a pretty good breakdown. Like at least 5 different decks. It's looking like potentially could make top cut. Hopefully it's not gonna be, you know, 4 of one deck. That would be unfortunate, but another round and a half to go, and then we will get you guys the top 8 breakdown and see if we're going to stream those today or not. We see Blue Sky come out, going to get a search off of that. Purple Nightfall. If he's got a spell or a trap, he can set in either columns 2 or 3 to summon the purple. Or potentially link the Blue Sky and the Almirage, and or even Blue Sky and the Mud Dragon, and clear open that column for a Purple Nightfall. Get another search that way then, and so we'll keep. So are we going to see a Morning Sky? No, Alistair. Okay, and now the Invocation probably can come out. Recycle the Alistair back. And then, yeah, Purple Nightfall also can summon. So, Invoked Mech looking to be in a decent position. Another Meltdown. So it wasn't the Invocation, it was another Meltdown. which gets the Alistair 2 hand. Schism just generates so much advantage, so like the card's crazy. It's why it's so expensive. Just banishing from your field or graveyard. I mean, obviously you gotta be careful with it because you don't want to banish everything, especially your important cards that you can recur. But it does just offer a lot of like advantage, like we said, like just being able to summon on either player's turn to survive, to not get OTK'd, to put up a window. Because I mean, oh, there's the invocation. So I knew he had one somewhere. Just didn't think he would have said it there. So here we go. We know he's got Meltdown and purple in hand. And then the Macabre comes out. Get another invocation. Just being careful because I do believe VFD is a dark. So if he summons a VFD and he summons the window, he can actually send the VFD to the graveyard too. So just being careful of that part of Schism. I feel like some people tend to not remember it, and it can definitely cost you. Access code. So now we can just like blow everything up. $4,300 attack, but he does still have more in hand, still being the purple Nightfall, now an Alistair. And was it another invocation? Or so here's the downside now. If he summons window, you can send the access code to the graveyard. Or I guess if he summons any of the dark monsters. So we have another very nice back and forth match, and there comes the purple. Going to get the search, or not use the search. Invocation. Probably get out another Macabre. Getting rid of the construct. I mean, they still have Wendy that can get it back from banished, I believe, right? Or one of their cards, they can get it back from being banished. Ooh, the Ago Diaz. Better. Yeah, destroy it. I mean, why would you not destroy the Fleur, I guess? Because you can attack over the App Cologne a little easier. So we see the Ariel get summoned face down via the Wendy. I mean, okay, I guess you can attack over the floor and do damage. So he knows what he's doing better than me. I don't play Shadalls, believe it or not. Ooh, draw 2. Gonna get destroyed then. And we know he has the one Ariel set. Once it's flipped, he can banish some from the graveyard, which is actually gonna hurt because he's not gonna get that invocation back in time. Otherwise, which ones would you want to hit? Probably the I don't know if the other ones really matter, but hitting that invocation when you flip it for sure is going to be a good hit. So he does still have the Augadius to pop a card when they summon. See what's going on here. A little bit of... It's nice that they use Discord to keep it moving along smoother, but on the downside is it's hard for us to see exactly what they're saying. So can't always know what's going on. I mean, we can kind of assume. Figured it was that, like, discussing about possibly using it. So we see the 2 blue skies get banished, and like we said, the invocation was the big one there. Okay, so the Ariel, how we had mentioned one summoning from banish is when it gets flipped. That's with the, you use Wendy and Reshadal Incarnation and you to set it, and then you flip it, and then you summon the construct that you just banished for that combo line. But it's the graveyard effect, not the flip effect of Ariel to banish 3 from graveyard. So we are slightly off, but close. Should have went to bed a little bit earlier. Getting a little tired. Rock Shadal, Cyber Dragon. We've tried it. Actually, that wasn't on the list that I told that guy yesterday either. I also forgot Cyber Striker as one of the variants we've messed with. Bring back Shadal, Cyber Dragon. The deck was pretty underwhelming. Both of them are just so much better without the other one. For the list that I'm mentioning, there was a guy in the Cyber Dragon group. I made a post about doing a budget Cyber Dragon series, and he said instead of doing a budget Cyber Dragon series, why don't I try mixing different things with Cyber Dragons and see what'll work and what won't. And for those who don't know, we have mixed ABC, Orca, rank 4 spam, rank 8 spam, Dinosaur, yeah, Dinosaur, we said ABC already, Sky Striker, Shadalls, Dogmatica, Eldritch, Traps, pretty much anything you can think of. We've mixed VFD in with it, but yeah, we've mixed our fair share of cards in with Cyber Dragons, Thunder Dragons being another one, Crusadias. Blue Eyes, we mixed Blue Eyes with Cyber Dragon, and they actually have a decent bit of synergy, so lots going on there. This game now getting really down into the nitty gritty. I'm assuming this is game 2. Attack the construct, can't be destroyed. And then he can banish the app cologne, or I'm assuming, yep, that's what he'd go for. So he still has the Schism, a loaded graveyard, and a Shadal fusion. Definitely game is not over, so let's go ahead and see what these guys can do with the rest of what they have left. I'm really excited for the Ghoster BLS link. It's going to be really nice looking, I feel like. Pretty excited for that. Still holding out hope with a lot of these seeming more like nostalgic cards getting it. That Cyber Dragon can get a Ghost Rare printing. It'd have to be the original art, because I like the dark art, but I think the original art would be a much better looking Ghost Rare. Probably won't happen, like a 0% chance of happening, but if it did, I would definitely have to get my tax return and go get it. Ooh, Cosmic Cyclone, that one's gonna hurt. So we have the draw, and we have Shadal Fusion. It is live, so he can use from the deck, but BLS can't be destroyed or targeted, so let's see what they can do. That is game. Oh, that's the match. So invoked Mech Knight goes to 4-1. Let's see what other games we got going. I think we double clicked again. Yeah, so we're out of the, get back in the duel room. See which games are still going on. And we do know already whose room we're going to be featuring next round. We don't know who his opponent will be, but he has not been on stream yet, and he is sitting at 4-1, so we're going to make sure to get him a featured match, and the deck he's playing also has not been featured yet. It made it on the channel as we were hopping around different decks after the main feature match finished. We got 1, 2, 3, 7 round or games still finishing. So let's go ahead and jump into this one, where we have Drytron and Dragon Link. Dragon Link has not made it quite onto the channel yet, so let's see how they do. Drytron and Dragon Link. Let's jump in, see where they're at, and finish it out. Winner goes to 3-2 and has a chance at top 8. Loser is effectively eliminated. So lots on the line here, lots at stake. Not sure what game they're in. I'm assuming game 2 or 3. Let's go ahead and actually, yeah, I don't look like a turn 1 based on deck counts, but hard to say. We're getting right down to what matters most, finishing up this tournament. Got a few other people watching the can't attack. I'm assuming he got VFD'd or something, possibly, maybe? Oh no, he used 11 years effect already that turn, so the turn it activates its effect on summon, you cannot attack. So now in graveyard he doesn't have what he needs, but if he's got one of his Drytrons in hand, he's in a good position. And it's Alpha to boot, so Alpha Benton in hand is going to go off. And this right here is exactly why Benton needs to get limited. I don't think it should get banned, but definitely put it to 1 copy. I do like the Megalith builds. I feel like it gives that extra push and consistency and overall just well-rounded deck. Eva, that card is... Who would have ever thought that card would be good? Like meta-relevant good. So we got orange light now. Orange light Eva, that's like the dream team in your hand. Abyss Dweller, is it really? I mean, I guess you're just getting the attack position, but didn't really need the Abyss Dweller. I mean, you're top decking at this point. I guess he could use the Ravine to send whatever he gets in his hand and send like an Apsa Router to the graveyard for the effect. Or I guess that makes sense. Abyss Dweller, that's why he did it. Attack with an Xyz and then go into the big Zeus. So even banishing the Safer to get Leveneer back to the hand, and then Leveneer effect, he can pop his 2 cards, but Zeus will chain, he'll lose his cards, and he's still facing an uphill battle since his opponent has a hand and he does not. Yeah, and that is that. Like the Zeus, it didn't really matter what he was going to do there. He could pop his field, but he would have 3 cards still in hand against nothing. So another one bites the dust. That game is done. Unfortunately, Dragon Link will not be topping this event. Let's go jump in here. We have Virtual World and Sky Striker. We're going to go ahead and guess that it's game 3. It looks like it just started. Let's finish this one off strong. Still waiting on 5 more games to finish. So adding Lily off the Lulu. Now Lily effect. So he's going to send a King Long to the grave, so that way he can get a free search. And then, oh, nope, sending the new trap to the graveyard, okay. Oh, he sends both. So, I mean, I guess it didn't really matter what he sent first. So the King Long, now he can banish it, and he's got the follow up there as well. Getting a little stiff sitting in this chair all day. So 3 in hand, Ghost Spell and Ash Blossom. Personally, I prefer Skullmeister. I just feel like it's the better of the 2 for the format, but neither one is necessarily a bad card. DD Crow also is a good shout. So between those 3, Ash Blossom, they're all kind of on that same level of effectiveness versus the meta. Just kind of pick which ones you want to play, but I do prefer Skullmeister and Ash Blossom. Meister also not being a once per turn is really nice. Now we're going to see a Cloud Castle come out. Not entirely sure. I mean, I guess if you have access to Chuchi, it's a little different, but I don't know how confident I would be making like a VFD pass against Sky Striker. Especially in the extra monster zone when they have Vector Blast. Like, you don't need it to be in the extra monster zone. Is that why Dragon Link didn't top? Because it wasn't playing virtual or Blue Eyes? I believe it. Blue Eyes is too OP, especially with all the new cards with the blue lettering. Like blue letter, Blue Eyes can't lose. It's like written in the rule book. And if it's not, screw the rules. Kaiba's got money. Okay, so we see Jamming Waves. Obviously, he's only going to get the 1 effect. I would go for the set card. Like, there's no point in hitting the King Long. You're just going to give him the free free extender next turn by banishing it. Chuchi. So he's actually going to banish 2, and he's going to pop his own king long for that reason. So now he's going to get the free extender, draw for turn, and card in hand with a VFD already on the field. So Virtual World in a pretty good position here. Ooh, I did not know that part about the blue lettered blue eyes though. So that's pretty cool actually. It really does not feel like this is our 5th round already. The days, I mean, it's, I guess, kind of going quick, but at the same time, not really. Like, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. My mail didn't even get here yet. We're still waiting on some of our prizing for our TSP Championship 1st annual event. March 9th, we're holding it, and we're going to have 6 different playmats, at least 5 field centers, AA Zeus, Ultimate Rare Dengirsu, and more cards. Top 4, first place will get a Zeus, second will get Ultimate Dengirsu, and then top 4 will each get a playmat and a customized 3D field center that looks similar to this, but they won't all be Cyber Dragon, and they will say first annual TSP Championship top 4. On top of that, too, we have 2 playmats and a field center and a couple other cards that we're going to give away at random to people who do not top. So even if you don't top, you can still potentially win. That link is in the description below. $5 to enter. Starts March 9th on Dueling Book. Go check that out. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Bell, Ash, jamming waves. Not a whole lot that you can do there. So we see Virtual World move on a little more. Let's see. Face down in hand if he's going to go ahead and show. I mean, I'm assuming it's not much better at all than what we already knew. So other games still going on. We'll go visit our friend who was hanging out on stream last round. Definitely not Neo and his invoked familiar. I think it was invoked. Maybe he didn't, and I just missaw something before, but familiars. So, I mean, I give props to him for playing the deck in this tournament, period. Like, a paid tournament like this, and that's what you're choosing to play. I absolutely commend him on the effort and give him all kinds of props. Yeah, so we'll see if he can pull this one out. Rooting for him for sure. Otherwise, we do have Sky Striker and Drytron playing against each other as the other match that's not done. If you guys would rather watch that one, I guess hurry up and comment. So we can stay here, or we got Sky Striker versus Drytron. So essentially what the Awakening of the Possessed can do when you normal summon any of your, well, I guess it doesn't, yeah, normal or special summon one of your familiar monsters, you can draw one card, only use it once per turn, so not a bad little effect to have. No one said anything, so we're just going to stick around here for now at least. What other things do they have that they can do? The structure deck was actually halfway decent with reprints and everything that it came with. I think that some people were a little harsh on it because the deck as a whole, they're not that great of a deck, but it had some pretty solid reprints. Invoked Mac Knights are actually doing really good in this one so far. He's 4-1 at the moment, so we'll see if he makes top cut. And that, ooh, definitely not Neo. Familiars get the win, so that's cool. Good little win there. And did the other match finish, or are we all done? We may have one more match to go jump into quickly, and then, well, head out. Off to one more. Ooh, that'll hurt the Drytron. 2 in hand still. Sky Striker. And we see it, so we're going to see a Kagari come out. Can grab a Shark Cannon to steal a Link 2 from the graveyard. Then if he can put out another monster, he can actually go for a pretty big monster. I mean, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to push for game or not, but will be interesting to see. Drytron Sky Striker, last match to finish in round 5. DCS 2, one more round of Swiss, top 8. It's gone really smooth, been a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and see what happens. Yeah, we actually caught the end of your last game there, and we watched you win, so that was cool. Wasn't really too sure what a lot of the cards did, so we had to stop and actually read, which is weird for a Yu-Gi-Oh player. But congratulations on that. Yeah, we caught the end of it for you. So let's see what can go on here. We have the Shark Cannon, which can stop a Benton, so that's always a good thing. The multi-roll, hopefully a hand trap in hand, and then the one Shizuku. Assuming he used see, zeta, beta, a delta. So we can at least stop something. Now he's going to still get Benton's effect. I'm assuming that meant he used the zeta effect. They're on Discord chat, so we can't actually see. Gets the Natasha. Can he get out? Yeah, he can use the delta or the beta now to summon, and then he can get Medianus back to his hand, and then he can get Natasha that way, and then get it back to the graveyard and use Natasha to steal the Shizuku and go for as much as he can. I just wonder where time is in this round. We're got to be getting close. Remember, you do finish out the phase, so if he can get at least 3,000 damage on board and get to the battle phase, that would be probably the smart play. Now he only needs to do 2,500, and that can be game. So we'll see if he's able to. He didn't use yet the... He had more Drytrons and Graves, so it's not like he's unable to do anything. He can actually... I think he can get game if he can get at least do enough and get to the battle phase, because now he's going Natasha and summon Natasha, steal the Shizuku. And right there's 2,500. Using the effect again. Okay, now he only needs 1,500 to win the game. Depending on... Go for like a Lin Karibo. Yep. Now hurry up and get to the battle phase. Deal 28. Or not quite yet. Going for an access code talker. Pop the multi-roll. Or not access code. That is definitely not a link to. Link to. It's a ritual monster. Not using the effect, I guess. Could have definitely did more damage the other way. I mean, not by much, but then he could have went Unicorn and got rid of the multi-roll too. End phase multi-roll effect. Would he use just the one, so he's going to get the Widow Anchor. And interesting. I mean, assuming if he still had time, I would have hurried up, went battle phase, activated multi-roll, and then took the Unicorn and attacked for game. I'm assuming time just ran out, so he wasn't able to, but that's what I would have did. Standby main, and then just said battle phase. But okay, so time must have been called. Just barely not enough, unfortunately, for Sky Striker. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully they can stick it out for one more round, as we are just about done and about ready to go on to round 6. Who are we going to go ahead and get in that featured spot? I know the one guy, and we'll see who his opponent is. At least I would like to have him, but I don't want to have someone on stream 3 times, so we'll see. We are going to have to improvise a little bit. The one we we're planning on putting on stream was playing Trap Eldritch deck, but he is playing against Alex, who we have featured twice already, which we didn't necessarily want to feature multiple times, but like I said, the last two 4-0s, we pretty much had to do it. So we got another matchup for you guys. By this point in time, pretty much everyone has made it on stream at one point or another, but not necessarily been the feature matches. This time we will, however, have Virtual World again. I know, guys, you're tired of it, but unfortunately there's a lot of Virtual World and we don't have a whole lot of choices. But we're going to get Mech Knight invoked on stream and watch his entire match. He's 4-1. He's played a couple of Virtual Worlds already, so let's see if he can continue beating them, and we'll go from there. You almost could do that, like play enough burn and stall and just boom, game. I've mostly been playing in like tournaments where it's you get a couple days to play each round and there's not time limits, so decks like that don't work at all, which is kind of nice because no one likes to go against those decks, but something like this, it could definitely work. I remember when Mystic Mind Burn first came out, I was completely ready for it. Cyber Dragon had number 14 Greedy Sariyama, however you say it, where your opponent takes the burn damage instead, and it's not an activated effect, so it was just auto win versus Mind Burn, and it was pretty cool. Actually, my only loss to Mind Burn at a regional was there's like 300 people, and I got paired up round 1 with the guy I went there with, and I had more cards in my deck, and instead of just saying like, oh, let's just keep passing turn and I win, I got greedy and tried to win, and he dark bribed me, and then he had more cards left in deck and won because of it. So lesson learned. Not quite ready to go yet. Who's he playing against? So on to round 6 already. Again, going really smooth and quick. As fun as this is, though, I do think we're going to try and play in the next one. Hopefully it works out that we're able to. And if they don't do the top cut today, we might end up taking a little break, but then streaming just some Cyber Dragon stuff, testing. Last night we were testing out our Cyber Eldritch Dogmatica. It had some mixed feelings. I think there's potential there. We just need to refine things and make it as consistent as possible. Still waiting on our guys to show up. And I mean, for anyone watching who didn't play at all, I don't think, for the most part, the players did not really know I'd be streaming. It was kind of mentioned here and there, so I mean, it was known if players wanted to actually take that initiative, but it wasn't like I wasn't actively in the Dragon Rider group saying, hey guys, streaming. So looks like there was some connection issues here. Game can resume. Pot of Desires opens it up for Virtual World. Okay, at least they effectively can do that. And actually Dueling Book has a thing now where it automatically resets the game state for you, so you don't even have to worry about like that the opponent cheated and went and left and came back with different cards or something. Assuming that's what just happened there. I've had it happen a few times. But it doesn't hurt to check your replays later to make sure. So Nyan Yan gets summoned, and then Lao Lao in hand. I don't know how many hand traps Invoke Mech Knight plays. Like I said, we just kind of caught bits and pieces of his games before. So couldn't really get a good look at it. Didn't get any of his game ones, so not too certain what his standard lineup is looking like. But let's go ahead and see how this plays out. Ooh, more connection issues. This is going to be very unfortunate if this is how the game goes down. Wi-Fi's bad, might disconnect sometimes. And Lulu in hand. Send a monster, add the Chu-Chi to hand. Apparently thinking pretty hard. So sends Chu-Chi to graveyard for that and adds the Gigi to hand. You're going to see a VFD pass possibly. So in permanence, actually seeing a decent bit of play today. Not that it's changing my opinion. Obviously, there's certain areas that you can hit. But Drytron, the representation for Drytron just has not been existent at all. So it makes a little bit more sense because it's okay versus Virtual World for what we've already been seeing. But like even if you opened it with like a Nibiru and they go for the Gossip Shadow, you can resolve your Nibiru still for sure that way. But yeah, definitely interesting to see it get played a bunch. So we have a negate and no monster effects. So I guess I should say a monster effect negate. And shotgun to Lancia. So no banishing, negate a monster effect. Interesting to if he's going to use the VFD in standby. I mean, I really, really doubt that Dark Ruler No More is getting played, but something to consider. Set 1, make our column. I don't know if I like that, because like he could have had another imperm or pretty much anything for the VFD. I guess even if he shotgunned it, it wouldn't change anything though neither. So summon a Mech Knight in defense, get a little bit of protection. We'll see what the set card is. Lulu in hand, can't use effective fire cards. And once again, more connection issues. Hopefully that they can keep this going, because I mean we got 2 4-1 players near the top. Winner makes top cut for sure. You definitely don't want to lose because of connection. That would be the worst way to go out. So gaining our Lao Lao to our hand. Ooh, and there we go, super poly. I mean, he could make a Money Mud Dragon with whatever, using like Gossip Shadow, Calamities, using the GG, Calamity, since everything on the field is fire. Ooh, Gossip and GG. That's probably smart, since Calamities doesn't have any material anyway. Or Jui, sorry. There's so many goofy names in the deck. Resummon, yeah. Shen just comes back turn after turn after turn. Gonna be able to attack both. And then just deal with the macro basically on field. We'll see if Mech Knight has any answers for it, but at least he'll be able to play since Calamities has no material. Because he doesn't have... Ooh, Zeus. Not sure why you do that, because he can't use its effect. He doesn't have enough material. Yeah, I don't entirely see the logic behind making the Zeus there, because now it's just not in your extra deck for a different turn. So we're gonna dig 6 and see what we can get. Driver and Grave, however, so he would be able... And his Shen monsters are... No, it's all cards, so I guess it's going to be harder to get the invocation back at least. It's something, but he will nonetheless be able to get the invocation and still use it. Is there a fusion monster in either graveyard? Ooh, Muddragon's banished. No fusion, so the Augadius is out the window. Could you go... I guess, does he even have any fire anywhere if he were to go for like Purgatrio? I mean, even then he gains what? 200 for each. So it'd be... Yeah, so I mean, if he did do the Purgatrio, it would have had 3,100. He could have attacked the Zeus. If there was a fire, I suppose. If there was not a fire, that would definitely explain it. Just lights. Probably not a fire. I don't think they have any in their archetype, no. So too bad there wasn't. Too bad he didn't get ashed last turn, because he would have been able to attack Zeus, Shen, and Lao Lao. Shen would just come back, but... And game 1 goes to Virtual World. Game 1 down. We got possibly 2 more to go. Round 6. Virtual World continuing their dominance. see how the standings are starting to shape up and look as the round progresses. Once this round gets a little bit further, we'll actually have a pretty good outlook on who's going to do what. So a Sky Striker finishes 3-2-1. I don't think that's going to be enough to make top cut. 4-2 will probably be the worst record. If ABC can come away with the win in his final round, he should make top cut. So we could potentially see our ABC guy in there. Guru still sticking around there. There is Drytron, and then a bunch of Virtual World and Eldritch. Opening up with Pot of Prosperity. We're going to send 6 and hopefully get what we need. So we will see at least the invoked portion of the combo. Meltdown. Is it going to be enough? Set 2, and we're not going to go for the Macabre. It's a little interesting because he could have negated and banished like Lulu or something like that. Obviously he can see his hand and knows what he's doing, so I'm assuming he's making the correct play, but just a little interesting choice, I guess, there. And now we see Pot of Prosperity the other way. So we mentioned before that some Virtual World players were considering using it. Interesting to see him do 6. Really curious as to what 6 he did and how much this is going to affect his grind game. And it's met with the Ash on top of it too. So he doesn't even, he gives up 6 from his extra deck and then doesn't even get the payoff from it. Well, at least he gets to draw 2 still, so. Oh, Ash doesn't negate the activations. So he can't draw 2 off the talents. Or, it's not part of the... Yeah, the turn you activate. Because, yep, so. We are on Dueling Book right now, commentating, streaming for the Dragon Rider Championship Series. This is the 6th and final round of Swiss, and there's going to be a top 8 cut afterwards. Both of these guys are 4-1 at the moment, both with the chance to make it to the top 8, even if they were to lose. I'm not sure where the tiebreakers would shake out for each of them respectively, but we know the best way to make it to the top 8 when you're in this position is to win. So that's what both these guys are going to try to do here. Virtual World took game 1. Invoked Mech is trying to come back. Yeah, definitely. Especially because he took the invocation out of the hand. I guess the D barrier makes sense. I still don't understand why he didn't make Makaba turn 1. Because I didn't see anything that would have, like, he didn't do anything to stop him. I don't know why he didn't make the Makaba. Because he could have been like D barrier backed up with the Makaba and like banished the Lulu when he tried to use it or something like that, or just not use the negate if he didn't need to. So he still has synchros at his disposal, which I mean is the majority of his playbook. He can still like Croc a Dragon. He can still make Shen Vermilion Mechs another one, and deal a lot of damage and pop cards. So we won't see a VFD, and we Called by the Grave. Okay, so yeah, he. Oh man, I really don't. I don't get it. He could have had the Makaba. Called by the Grave, D barrier, and Makaba. I'm surprised they let the misclick stick. A lot of time, like if you, as soon as you do it, if you announce it right away, a lot of people are pretty good about it. But I guess we're right down to it, like topping, not topping. So people might be a little stingier. But yeah, I feel like if as soon as you do it, if you say like right away, because they're on Discord chat too, I feel like the judge would definitely say he misclicked and let him take it back, because that's just how it goes online most of the time. Yeah. Well, it's definitely safe to say Virtual World's in the power position. And with Shenshen on field, Chuchi should have actually been banished. Not that it matters because that is game. Yeah, easy win pretty much. Let's go ahead and try and jump into another one. And I meant Chuchi banish the Alistair, not Chuchi itself get banished. Jumping in here. So ABC and Virtual Worlds. And another winner makes it to top cut opportunity. ABC sitting at 3-1-1, as is the Virtual World player. So 4-1-1 should be enough to make top cut. Probably going to the Zhui. I believe that's also a wind. Or Shenshen is also wind. So quite a bit. The best attribute Virtual World could get locked into under the Gozen is definitely wind. Since they have access to both their archetype synchro monsters still, and Lulu being their main deck monster. There's going to be a handful of Virtual Worlds in the top cut. I have a pretty good feeling on that one. My guess is 3 or 4 of the top 8 are going to be Virtual Worlds. I'm still kind of surprised by the really poor showing of Drytron, and not just poor showing, but complete lack of people playing it. Yeah, it's just a matter of time now. ABC, he already lost this game. So it is official, though. There is not a 6-0 player. The last 5-1 player lost the final match to a 4-1 player, so we actually finish with 4 5-1s. We can try and jump into another game here in just a second. Get another game going, working on figuring out the top cut as well. Let's jump in here. So here we have a Drytron, which is going against Virtual World. Let's see if Virtual World can go 3 for 3 on this round of our streaming. No, he has 4 and 2. 4 and 2 might still top, though. Played out games will be heading out now. Well, best of luck with your adventures making the familiar deck better, your Charmers. Good luck. Still commend you on playing it. I definitely wouldn't have thought to, but good for you. Let's see. Drytron winning that one. Let's see if we can get some updates on our standings. It is looking like at least 3 virtual worlds will make the top cut. Here's another match from our final one. And once again, it sure looks like virtual world's in a pretty good position. Had the Ash, but the Gamma stopped it. There is, however, for sure 3 virtual worlds and 1 Eldritch in the top cut. Then we're sitting on the bubble as of right now. Invoked Mech, Guru, another virtual world, and then we are waiting on other matches to finish to see where the tiebreakers fall out for those 4 and 2 guys. That's the first time all day I've seen Pankratops come out, surprisingly enough. I mean, I guess it is at 1, so even if people are playing it, it's not like you're guaranteed to see it. Virtual World Mirror Match. So I got a feeling that Virtual World's going to win another one on this round. Yeah, so there will be 3 4 and 2 players who make top cut. The 2 3 1 and 1s are playing right now, so whoever goes 4 1 and 1 in that game will make top cut, as well as then 3 of the 4 and 2s based on tiebreaker. Have hardly seen Forbidden Droplet today too. So lets it go. Doesn't use the Gossip Shadow. I mean, he still has some plays. Didn't want to give his opponent a card, I guess. Could have negated it. Now he has the Chuchi in Graveyard though to flip some levels around. He has the, is that what? I'm not even gonna try and pronounce the name, but the other one. But he could have gotten it to the grave that way anyway. So I mean, he could have saved it, kept the pop, drew a card, just allowed his opponent to draw a card too, though, which I guess you're already in a pretty good position. Why give your opponent that card if you don't necessarily need the draw or your trap on field? But final round is well underway, coming to a close. And our challenge just crashed on us, so we'll try and get those standings back up here shortly. Keep an eye on that for everyone. 6 plus 6, 12. Free math lessons for everybody today. Gonna stack a few XZs, make a Zeus. So you got one monster negate, and then a Zeus for a send 1. Should be enough to really close this one out, I would think. I don't see a whole lot that he's gonna be able to do. Yeah, you force the send, you might maybe survive one turn because he would also lose his Gossip Shadow. But I mean, you're not in a good position at all in normal summon there, so that's gonna be game. So Virtual World wins. Again, I mean, mirror match, obviously Virtual World's gonna win that one. We're nearly done now, so ran pretty smooth. Started at, well, 10 Central Standard Time. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. 6 rounds in under 6 hours. So great job, Luke, keeping this thing moving along really well. Again, if you haven't seen yet, link in the description below the stream. Dragon Rider Games. Check out his Facebook group. Where are we going with that? Let's go jump into another game here. We have Shadal Dogmatica and Virtual World. Ooh, finally we might see Virtual World lose a match. Might. So Shen Shen Lao Lao, he has a King Long in grave. Just waiting on the final 2 matches to complete, and then see if we're gonna do Top Cut today or not. So the winner of this game, however, will make Top Cut. Loser will not. Otherwise, I believe we should be pretty well set. I mean, that might affect the tiebreaker slightly, with medium buckles being the #1 tiebreaker. So we have 1 Eldritch confirmed, 3 virtual worlds confirmed, and unless something major shifts and changes things, we will have invoked invoked Mech Knight, Guru Dragoon, the winner of this match, and then a 4th virtual world. So potentially 5 virtual worlds in the top 8. So we're gonna have to pretty much top deck into a usable virtual world card. He has the King Long that he can banish to add to hand at least. He has Shen Shen that he can summon from the graveyard, so it's not like he doesn't have options, but he's running low on them, but so is Shadal. So Lao Lao was his card in hand. He's going to ash it, so it's just Shen Shen. Unless he banishes the King Long. Thinking on the ad. So getting right down to it. 2 guys fighting for their final spot. Grinding it out. Top decking, essentially. Adding Lulu, not surprised there. I mean, he could. Did he? He already used the Cloud Castle. Ooh, Dogmatic Punishment. But he needs a target big enough. Shadal Construct, that's a target that's big enough. Or, okay, what is going on here, guys? So send Cyframe Lord Omega to pop the Shenshen. So cannot summon from the extra deck now. And that is the end. So, Shadal Dogmatica makes it to the top 8. And we'll see where the tiebreakers end up for everyone else. But I do think it's going to be a Virtual World Guru and Invoked Mech Knight rounding out our top 8. Let's see if we can jump on that quick. Let you guys know. And then see if there's any interest in playing the top 8 right away. For anyone who's wondering, we're going to wait before we announce the final standings, but we were going to give shout outs to those who made the top 8, but we're going to wait on that until the final one gets updated, so that way we make sure the Buckholes score, anything like that that may change with them 2 results coming in. Actually, we do have one more match still. Okay, it did also finish, so should be done. He went 4-1-1. He finished. Okay, so we are completely done. After Swiss, we had 4 5-1 players. Ivan Starback, STRBAC, Ivan Bubalo, Christian Thomas, Alex Pavlenko. So 3 Virtual Worlds and a Eldritch. And then 5th place was Mike Mastajo playing the Shadal Dogmatica. Sean Michael Newton playing Invoked Mech Knights. Steve Haro playing the Guru Dragoon, and Marvin Maldonado also playing Virtual World. So congratulations to all of these guys, and can't wait for that top cut. Shout outs to everyone else who played, had fun, did all those things. There were 3, 4, and 2 players who missed out on tiebreakers. So, I mean, it had to happen to somebody. So, unfortunate, but it happens. I guess we're going to try and find out here quick first if we're doing top cut at all today or not. We actually guessed for the top 8 though. I made predictions ahead of time. I'm not going to say who because I don't want any hard feelings if I did or did not pick you. But 4 of the people we picked to make top 8 actually made top 8. So pretty cool. So we got, again, Shadal Dogmatica, Eldritch, Guru, Invoked Mech, and 4 virtual worlds in the top cut. Just ignore me if I'm not responding for a second here. I'm just going to try and see if they're playing top 8 because the top 8 do have the option to play over the next couple days. So well, it was fun, guys. It's looking like we're probably... Wait, last one. What is... little bit of confusion as to what had happened, but nonetheless, it looks like the confusion finished 3, 2, and 1, which would not be enough period to make it, no matter what. I mean, possibly different pairings for the final round, but there's always going to be someone who gets a little upset at the end of the day. I think the 4 and 2 people that didn't make it have more right to be frustrated on, top 8. So I guess that's that. Thank you everyone for watching. It was fun. Make sure to check out the channel as we work on a lot of different things. Thank you, Luke, for having us. And yeah, so it was fun. Take care, everybody, and keep an eye on the Dragon Rider page for the top 8 breakdown, total breakdowns, winners, everything like that.